Anna Maxwell of Cumberland County to represent the people of the 6th Congressional District on the state board for the next 5 years. Dr. Maxwell is an educator of 33 years, having served as a classroom teacher and the ESL director, and recently as director of schools for Cumberland County. We've also received the appointment letter from Governor Bill Lee of the Honorable Bonzi Aubuson of Putnam County to serve as a student member of the State Board of Education. Ms. Aubuson is a senior at Cookeville High School, and we're honored to have both of them on our state board. At this time, I would ask all the other board members and parents or spouses too, if they'd like to join it. Dr. Morrison and I at the front for the pinning ceremony. Said before, the student member is such an important part of our board because you have a perspective. This time I'd ask Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Aubuson if you would like to have any comments or remarks.
Mr. Chairman and members, I'd just like to say I'm so excited to be a part of this board and be in this atmosphere with you guys and really be here to show the students of Tennessee just what we need and make it a better state for everyone. So thank you so much.
We look forward to your contributions. Thank you. Ms. Maxwell.
Thank you, Chairman Eby and the board members. I'm just grateful to be here today. I appreciate the wonderful orientation that the state board staff has provided and the members. I am also very grateful to Speaker Sexton for the appointment. I never dreamed when I retired 2 years ago that I would be here today in this capacity, but I want to, just work every day to promote student success. That's our focus, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said before, you both have unique perspectives. Our student member actually being a student and your background in education and as a superintendent of schools is very, very important. Encourage you to feel free to ask whatever questions you want to ask. There's no stupid questions, and that's how we get the information out and do the best, focused on what's best for the students. Welcome. Any other comments, Dr. Morrison? Okay. It is now 12 o'clock. I call this meeting to order. Casey Griffin of our staff will call the roll to establish a quorum. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Cobbins. Here. Ms. Aubuson.
Here.
Mr. Holt.
Here.
Mr. Gentile.
Victoria Harpel, designee for Dr. Gentile.
Mr. Jensen.
Here.
Ms. Johnson.
Here.
Ms. Maxwell.
Here.
Ms. McInturf.
Here.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Here.
Mr. Wells.
Here.
Chairman Eby.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have 11 members present.
We do have a quorum, and pursuant to Section 8 of Policy 1.400, the board's meeting policy, workshops are meetings of the state board sitting as a committee of the whole. I ask the unanimous consent that the state board dissolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. Is there any objections? No objections? Then we are. I also would like to welcome Ms. Christy Brown here, who is representing the Commissioner of Education. Christy, welcome. Hearing no objection, I declare we are in the committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. I want to remind all of our presenters to give their name and position before addressing the board. So we'll go to our first item, which is welcome. Dr. Morrison, would you like to?
I remember how to work my mic. This is our second meeting in our state board offices, so we're thrilled to be here and welcome everyone to Nashville. Excited for a good workshop today, lots of discussions ahead, and certainly a good meeting tomorrow. And welcome again to Dr. Maxwell and to Bonzi. We're certainly excited to have you both on the board. Look forward to your perspectives and your contributions.
I know this is a busy time of the year, and I would like to thank each one of our board members for being here present today. It's great to see the full board and look forward to 2 full days of actions and activities. We've got a full workshop today, and then a lot of good discussion and for our board meeting tomorrow. Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll move on to our first item, Literacy Initiatives Update. Dr. Christy Wall, Dr. Jennifer Jordan, Ms. Brooke Amos, and Dr. Jennifer Nelson, all from the State Department of Education. Welcome.
Chairman Eby and State Board staff, thank you for the opportunity to bring a literacy brief and update from the Department of Education to you and the board members. We'll go ahead and do quick introductions for the record. I'm Christy Wall. I serve as the Assistant Commissioner for Academics and Instructional Strategy.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Nelson, Senior Director of Educator Preparation.
Good morning, Jennifer Jordan, Assistant Commissioner of Special Education and Student Supports.
And good morning, Brooke Amos, Assistant Commissioner of Human Capital.
And before you get started, Dr. Wall, would you like questions for us as you go through, or do you prefer we hold the questions to the end? We can do either one.
I think questions throughout would be just fine. We did break up this presentation pretty succinctly into different categories that represent the different divisions and team that's here today. So I think we'll be happy to take questions as we're going through the content.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So let's jump right in. We've got several items that we're going to touch on today to provide the literacy brief and an update to state board members. Our strategic priority encompassing academics, student readiness, and educators, in which you will see represented throughout the updates and impact data included in this presentation. In terms of our agenda, as you can see, it's broken up into a couple of different kind of buckets or categories. So we'll go through some literacy updates from the fall of 2024, review some of our March Literacy Month engagement with our school districts and school systems, and then transitioning over into updates from the universal reading screeners, as well as moving into educator preparation programs and our human capital support teams, along with some additional supporting, more so technical-oriented literacy reports that are also included at the end of the presentation. So the department has worked diligently in providing a cross-cutting representation of the work that's been happening over the last several years, emphasizing the important shifts in early literacy instruction. And we're excited to share with you some of the most recent elements of outcome and impact data that is associated with this work. As you can see, some of the topical overviews that we wanted to highlight in the introduction, our spring TCAP data It has indicated 39% of all students are meeting grade level expectations with proficiency gains in most tested grades, and elementary and high schools continuing to outperform pre-pandemic levels. We're thrilled to see those gains and the achievement. However, noting that the 33% indicates that there are still a lot of students out there that need continued support in reaching grade level expectations. We also will talk through some sustainability measures for continued supports to our districts to encourage the focus remaining on our literacy initiatives and efforts to ensure that all students are successful throughout their K through 12 educational career. Also, we'll talk a bit about some of the multi-pronged approaches for student learning supports. I know we're coming off of summer programming opportunities that were provided to students across our state, as well as additional learning opportunities that all impact and tie together the impact that we're seeing in the literacy space. We're going to start by looking at the TCAP data in a couple of different measurements. This particular slide is indicating grade band performance in grades 3 through 5 in ELA, then moving on over into the middle school, middle grade space, ELA in the 6 through 8, and then English 1, and then English 2. You can see by the color coding metrics associated with our TCAP assessment are below and approaching, and then are met and exceeded. So in terms of some differentials between our TCAP performance and what that assessment particularly measures, we want to be sure that the understanding is clear across TCAP performance and measurements versus universal reading screener data, which Dr. Jordan will talk about shortly. Our TCAP measurement includes areas of student performance that focus on early reading functions, such as print concepts, phonics, and word recognition. Also comprehension, emphasizing the merging of students' understanding of meaning of text and varying vocabulary and text structures. And then literacy overall, which encompasses skilled reading, demonstration of understanding and comprehending through written expression, and application of knowledge to specific tasks, okay? And again, we'll keep the URS data and information in terms of those measurements a bit separate, just so we're really clear in the representation. As you can see by the performance levels, we'll go to the next slide and look at each isolated grade level that's represented in the TCAP testing band. We are seeing growth across the reporting categories. However, as mentioned before, we still have continuous work and improvement to do in ensuring that all students have equitable access to their instructional materials and Tier 1 instruction in our districts. Our districts are working hard in prioritizing literacy. I will note that they've also implemented year 1 of new mathematics materials as well, and so feedback from the field and from the districts is commonly referring to how do we balance all of these things, right? It's difficult work, both at the district level as well as at the school level.
Quick question on the 4th grade bar chart there. I was really impressed when I saw that just because it looked like it was a significantly higher proficiency amount for 4th grade. And then it looks like it's showing more than 50% proficient. But if you add up the 11 and the 35, I think it's less. So I'm not sure if like the 11 and 35 are off or if the
Scale.
scale's off, but I guess, not to just point that out, more I was wondering if we thought that like some of the 3rd grade interventions are paying off with showing increased proficiency in 4th grade there.
I think that is absolutely worth noting, and that the performance is that there are early implications that some of those interventions that are provided could and resemble benefits to our 4th grade students. Yes. I do think, though, that over time and additional data points will be supportive and helpful in better understanding long-term what those implications look like and how our students respond to those interventions and perform on the TCAP assessment.
I had actually a similar question between English 1 and English 2. English 1, we have 35% that are either meeting or exceeding, and English 2, that jumps up to 41%. So that's a pretty big increase from one grade to the next. And so my question is first, I would assume that if you've got English 2, you're meeting or exceeding, that means you've picked up whatever you lost, didn't have in English 1. And then what is it we're doing to get more on meeting or exceeding in English 2? Can we do that, something like that in English 1? How can you help me show that difference, statistical difference in scores?
Yes, and that's a great point. Some of the cut scores that are associated across English 1 and English 2 are a bit different in the leveling and the proficiency markings. So that is worth calling out. I will also say English 1 typically falls in the 9th grade year. 9th grade seems to be particularly troublesome as middle school students are entering high school and beginning that first year. So whether, whether it's a difference in scheduling, whether it's block instruction versus the 45-minute, all classes meet each day type approach, there is a significant difference. 9th grade particularly is of interest of our academics team to better understand and uncover what the implications are and some of the limitations in 9th grade performance, and then also how students continue to progress and move forward as they move further on into high school, kind of adapt and adjust to the instruction, the workload, the extra activities, social engagements, potentially working, and other constraints outside of school. And so that's an interesting remark just in terms of the specificity around English 1. It is a big jump in terms of 8th grade expectations, grade level expectations in the ELA space, and then moving on into 9th grade. And so there's definitely some uncovering work and some investigation that needs to be done to further dissect that. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions at the moment before we move to the next slide? I did want to go ahead and point out this slide. This is also in the deck just to show the year-by-year comparison. Oftentimes when we look at data and TCAP performance in isolation, it doesn't give us a great track record to kind of compare and draw reference to. So I did want to go ahead and provide this side-by-side performance from spring of 2023 by our students, and then again in the most recent TCAP administration in 2024. Some similar performances across each of the achievement bands. But again, we have continued work and continued emphasis to try and prioritize particularly students that are not quite meeting the mark of grade level expectations to ensure that they are successful in receiving the instructional supports that would get them to grade level performance. So in referring to those items, some of our systems and structures from the department that are offered to districts to continue the momentum and continue the support and focus on literacy. We are going into year 5 of our literacy implementation networks. It's an ongoing opportunity for districts to engage with the department around best practices with the implementation of their materials and supporting all students. We've got a couple of different subsets of networks that districts are encouraged to engage with just to refine their practices and be able to collaborate from one district to the next to ensure that we're utilizing lessons learned to continue to improve. We also have coordinated efforts with our core regional offices that are positioned throughout our state with ELA consultants and math consultants supporting our districts with their leadership work and systems and structures to supporting their building level leaders and teachers. We also are excited about the launch of our early literacy network. In years past, we had a different iteration of a literacy network for districts that they were able to engage in and focus on foundational literacy. We had a year, kind of gap in that area of emphasis, and so we are launching that as of this month for districts to re-engage there. There's also quite a bit of sustainability planning and statewide support systems that are being thought through and planned for. Obviously, our ESSER funding and relief of federal dollars. With that subsiding, we are ensuring that the same quality of supports and types of interaction with our districts to improve instruction is still available and encouraged to participate. So those are, some strategies and continuation that we plan on continuing to interact and engage with our districts to help and support in their literacy space.
Dr. Morrison?
Thank you for that. Quick question. Can you talk a little bit about how the research is supporting some of these networks and just like how we're understanding the data and where we are and kind of evaluating the interventions, the various things you might even be covering in those early literacy networks and the implementation network in terms of like helping districts understand best practice in this space?
Sure, and that's a great question. In terms of research and supporting the networks, our districts learn and collaborate quite naturally on their own. I think that with some guidance and support from the department in terms of prioritization and what the next step and phase is for supporting their work with their instructional materials and supporting Tier 1 instruction has been really beneficial. Our districts appreciate the opportunities to collaborate with one another because oftentimes they're working through the same issues or the same problems, and so they are able to learn from one another. We provide the structure and space to ensure collaboration is happening. I'll also say that specifically our superintendents across the state called out a request for support around commonly adopted materials. So for instance, if a district perhaps has adopted CKLA off the state approved list, all of our districts are afforded opportunities to collaborate around that same type of curriculum that they're all using and perhaps having questions around in terms of implementation and where certain districts are seeing successes, that's able to be shared as best practices and replicated in other areas. So oftentimes the districts end up really shaping what the continuation of support looks like based upon best practices and lessons learned from a neighboring district or a district that's utilizing similar materials.
Yeah. A network not listed here, but we have a similar network that engages districts and special education leaders across the state. It's called the Access for All Learning Network, and we have some pretty strong data there. So the network, really the purpose of that network is to ensure that special education teachers, and this is a district level initiative, but setting up conditions for this to happen within the schools so that special education teachers are able to, one, receive the same professional learning that gen ed teachers do on those high quality instructional materials, and two, have an opportunity to collaborate. Special education teachers serve a unique role. Often they have multiple grade levels that they support in the classroom. So this is, it becomes a scheduling issue, the opportunity to plan outside of your planning period. So with ALN, Access for All Learning Network, we have the network where we're learning together. We have monthly meetings. We're engaging across all of the different schools involved in this work, our LEAs. But the other thing, there is some grant funding that comes through our RDA state set-aside grants or those discretionary grants that allows for districts to create those opportunities. So maybe they use the grant funding to provide a substitute to rotate around so that the special education teacher can go to multiple preparation sessions within the school or after school stipends so that if they can't meet with, say, the third grade teacher because the schedule just doesn't allow it, then they meet after school. It's really important that special education teachers are engaged in that planning because the expectation is Tier 1 is all students, and so special education students need to be supported in Tier 1. If the special education teacher does not have the information about the high-quality instructional materials or understand the expectations in that Tier 1 setting, it's very difficult for them to support gen ed teachers. So I had a little bit of data I'll share there. So special education, we have a federal reporting requirement. It's called the Annual Performance Report, or APR indicators, and there are multiple. I think there are 19 indicators. But indicator 5 is what we call LRE, or environment. So it asks students with disabilities, are they served in general education setting 80% or more of the day? And so for many of our students, that is their LRE. which is their least restrictive environment. We would like students in gen ed settings as much as possible, being exposed to the same level of academic content and expectations. So at a state level, we're at 73.57% of students with disabilities are served in that setting 80% more of the day. For districts that have engaged in the work of ALN, which is a multi-year project, we're on year 4, I believe, it's 87.34%. So what that tells me when I look at the data is that students with disabilities in districts that are supported by ALN are actually receiving instruction in Tier 1 general ed settings more than at our higher rate than across the state. And they're able to do that because I think of the confidence in the general education teacher on working with special education students, but also the support that the special educator can provide because they are also knowledgeable about that high-quality instructional content. And the other indicator is a little bit difficult to tease out. It's indicator 3, and there are multiple components of it. But one component is related to gap closure. So our students with disabilities closing gaps. And for students with disabilities that are in those districts that are engaged in the work of ALN, they are closing gaps significantly faster than students who are not in districts engaging in that work. So I think, that is a contributor. Obviously, access to high-quality instructional material for all students is the goal, but many times students with disabilities do need additional support. That support would come from the gen ed teacher, but again, with the support of the special education teacher. So what we are seeing is positive gains with that network. And it really is a lot of the same content that is in the Literacy Implementation Network. It's just really targeted at that coordination between those educators, or among those educators.
Dr. Jordan, are there other initiatives being planned for our other learners, besides just our special education students, but English language learners, and trainings for our special area teachers to help facilitate that growth to close all of our students' gaps?
Absolutely. That is something we have been working on at the academics department. Chief Brown is smiling because she knows we've got some exciting news to come out soon. We are looking at significant gains in ALN and for those students, but as you mentioned, we have English learners that are not making the gains we would like them to make. And so there are plans to extend the work we're doing in ALN across all the networks. We're going to roll that out at TOS. But really, the purpose of that is going back to some of the things that Christy said, the lesson learned in the Literacy Implementation Network entering into year 5, and then the obvious success of districts that are engaged in that work. We need to then expand that out to more districts because that is not a statewide initiative. It's offered to anyone, but there is a volunteer component of that. And 2, for our English learners and our students who are economically disadvantaged. Those are the 3 student groups that we're not seeing gains that we need to really think about how can we use the lessons learned and expand that across the state. So yes, I'm excited to say yes, and it's it's all of the work on my team is special education, English learners, tiered supports. So it's definitely something that speaks to my passions, and I'm excited when that rolls out. We can share more. Absolutely.
Thank you for those questions. A moment to celebrate literacy in Tennessee. So each year, the month of March is designated as Literacy Month in Tennessee. You see Riley, the reading raccoon. We have 2 of these respective mascots that help us in celebrating with our districts across the state, March Literacy Month. And so part of what, we wanted to bring in front of you all just for awareness is just the level of engagement with a particular initiative around engaging with schools and visiting young learners in the early grades and bringing Riley the reading raccoon to the schools. And so I'm sorry, this slide keeps jumping. Okay, there we go. So this past March, our team collectively at the department was able to cover a lot of ground. We were in approximately 350 classrooms across the state, ranging anywhere from Mountain City to Memphis, literally. It is a fast and furious month across our team, but essentially districts were inviting to us to come in. We were happy to schedule the logistics and put a team around the visits across the classrooms that happened this past year. Again, like I said, we have two respective Rileys, and so we send them in opposite directions with a support team to go around and visit particularly younger students, kindergarten, first and second grade, early in the mornings while they are participating in their Sounds First instruction and foundational literacy block of time. Again, it's an agency-wide engagement. We've done this for the last 5 years. This is our largest turnout by far. And so we were grateful for the 55 districts that asked us to come and visit their schools and kind of show off what was happening in their classrooms. We were able to visit 88 schools across the state in one designated month. I would love to do that a bit more routinely and frequently rather than just isolated to 1 month, but we were very appreciative of the partnership of our districts and being able to engage with young learners across the state in their classrooms. So with that, we'll transition over to Dr. Jordan and go through some of the universal reading screener data.
Thanks, Christy. So, yeah, I can click it. Wait, back it up. Which way does it go? Is it this one? Okay, so just a quick overview of the URS data for the previous school year. First slide here really shows the number of LEAs that are opting into the different screeners. As you know, Tennessee Literacy Success Act that was passed in 2021. First of all, gave this board, the responsibility of approving state URSS screeners. So there are 7 state board approved screeners. You can see them listed here. Also included with the Tennessee Literacy Success Act is one of the screeners would be provided to districts at no cost. That is Ames Web, and we have approximately 64 districts that are using Ames Web as their primary screener. And then you can see the breakdown of the additional screeners there. So that was, I think, a question that the board had related to.
Dr. Morrison?
Yes.
Just, you may be getting this, sorry, I may be jumping the gun.
That's okay.
You said primary screener. Do we, just in terms of being able to look at this statewide, I know we talked in the spring about the push towards the state-provided screener. How many districts are using that even as a secondary screener that would give us statewide visibility on
I
one
can
screener?
get that information for you. Most districts that, well, let me just say this. All districts that are not using Ames Web as their 3 times a year screener used Ames Web for 3rd grade because of the 3rd grade, appeals or the pathway through either the law or the rule. I can give you that information, but 100% would be in 3rd grade because we worked with districts to help them understand if this is not your screener, this is how you administer it. We provided, professional development supports. So for 3rd grade, 64%. Across the board, 64% for Ames Web. And then I would say 100%. I don't know of any district that did not opt into Ames Web as the 3rd grade screener.
Because otherwise, my understanding is you can't go apples to apples in terms of because they're all
You
normed
can't.
differently.
They all are universal reading screeners. The purpose is the same, but they are different assessments and they have different subtests and the construct is different. They're all nationally normed. So for a district, they have to, by July 1st, right, in their foundational literacy skills, tell what screener they're going to use. And that whatever screener they indicate on the foundational literacy skills plan, That's their primary screener, and they must use the same screener 3 times a year. Another reason for that is these universal reading screeners can also be used as an alternative growth measure for educators. So you have to have a pre and post, so you have to have a fall to spring growth score. So LEAs decide at their level what screener they're going to use. Now, if they want to use multiple screeners in the same school, they can. They just have to be consistent across grade levels.
So if 100% of them, third grade, are using Ames Web, why would they not use Ames Web throughout all the grades? I mean, what's the reasoning?
You know what, most of that is just the districts have opted into a screener previously. They're happy with that screener. There are longitudinal, they could look at the data across the years. We're seeing more go to Ames Web, but again, I think it's what they are comfortable with. It is what they are used to, and they can compare data across multiple years. Some of the screeners offer maybe different types of support. Some of the screeners do offer a component of instruction as well. So I think it really depends on the district and their comfort level with a screener and not wanting to move to a new screener. But they have the option once a year to have those discussions. We offer in the spring kind of a webinar for those that have not engaged with our Tennessee Universal Reading Screener, just so that they have an idea what it is, so they can make an informed decision. And we have had several move into from a different screener to Ames Web. A significant amount went ahead and moved to Ames Web after the law and the rule was passed, but not all. So I have not looked at the latest report, and I can report up on that, like what does it look like this year, because this was last year's data.
Great.
So the Universal Reader Screener, basically there are 4 different scores we look at the state level. There are composite scores, there are national percentile scores. They make it we can make them comparable by looking at the national percentile scores. So for kindergarten and first grade, the foundational literacy skills is the composite score. So when we talk about the composite score, that is really the overall score for the screener. Additionally, in kindergarten and first grade, we have a reading readiness score, and those are those really early literacy skills or early reading skills that Christy talked about with like print concepts, blending, segmenting. So those are the skills that really are those foundational skills that lead to later reading. And then there's a fluency score in kindergarten and first grade. And this is more related to fluency of a skill, not necessarily reading fluency. So it's how quickly they can and accurately. So it's rate and accuracy. So second and third grade, there are also 3 scores. The foundational literacy score is, again, the composite score for the measure. Then we move into comprehension, being able to understand the meaning of the text. And then fluency, again, here is related to the connected text. So how accurate, what is their accuracy and rate of reading? And the reason fluency is important is it does support comprehension. So you want students reading at a level what we call automaticity. So it's just a natural thing they do. They have automatized, that's a hard word, those skills to then lead to reading connected text. So those are the 4 scores. Here you have kindergarten. Hang on. I promise I'm hitting it one time. There we go. So these are our kindergarten scores across 23, 24 in the 3 areas that we talked about for kindergarten. So foundational literacy skills, you can see growth from fall, winter to spring. Same thing with our reading readiness and fluency. So we're seeing growth across. All of those scores are within the national average there. The next one is first grade. And so again, growth across foundational literacy and fluency. The reading readiness does not indicate a loss or a decline. What this means is, as we're asking students to move from doing discrete skills into reading connected text, they're moving into a level of automaticity so that when we ask them to go back and do something, they're slower at it. So if you think about anything you do without thinking, any kind of task you do without thinking, if you're then asked to break down that task and explain it, then you have to do that slower because your brain is already automatized that. So that is what that represents. Many of these children that are in the spring on reading readiness have already moved into reading connected text. So that's there. But so what we see is an indicated level of growth there, especially if you look at fluency as far as being more automatic with those skills. For second grade, this is foundational literacy skills, comprehension, and fluency. Again, we're seeing growth across foundational literacy skills and comprehension. Fluency is relatively the same. But the thing also to remember is that as the year goes along, the norms increase. So you're growing with the norms. And third grade. Brooke, you want this control? Thank you. I really am pushing it one time. So this is third grade, and you can see the scores there. It doesn't work for you either. Okay, so this is just a picture of the composite scores, and this goes back to your question. I think it's Dr. Maxwell, yes, around the other student groups. So we broke these down into students with disabilities, English learners, economically disadvantaged, and all students. And you can see some significant discrepancies. I don't think that some of these discrepancies, we're closer on the universal reading screener than we are on our summative assessment because we're asking two different things. As Christy talked about, this is how well I can read and decode text and do those skills that help me to do that on paper versus how well how well I've mastered grade level standards. So you can see those scores there by grade and by student group. And I think that's the last one, so I'll stop and see if we have any additional questions around URS. Mr. Hope?
Mr. Holt, go ahead.
I'll get this right this time. So I was very encouraged seeing the upward trends during the years. In particular, looked like in kindergarten, first grade, and some in second grade. And what I noticed though was that it appeared that, like if you take the kindergarten slide, that the percentage, the national percentile rank increased throughout the year in each of these categories, which I would assume we attribute to kind of the instruction and the techniques that we're using. Mm-hmm. But then it falls off again at the beginning of first and then works its way up again. Sort of stair steps up, but then summer happens and then we start over and we do well again. And so I was wondering if I'm interpreting that right, but then also kind of what you all might attribute that to. It seems like it'd be great if we work up our way during the year and then they start there at the beginning of the next year and they continue pushing ahead. So
I think it's really the construct of the assessment. So when you think about the 3 data points, fall, winter, spring, there is summer that happens, right? So when you have move into the next grade, the expectations are greater. But when you look at the normative data, that's pretty typical. It takes a little bit, 9 weeks to get, really is what the research says, to get back on grade level. It's not that they have like lost skill. It's just that there is that difficulty or opportunity for the summer slide, then to gain back into, as Christy talked about for 9th grade, you also have students that have been out for the summer and they may have to get back in school and use routines and those kinds of things. But we typically see that kind of that gap closure for summer slide about 9 weeks in.
okay. And this metric for national percentile rank, is that the average across all of the students taking the test in where they are relative to all other students taking the test in the country?
That's right. So the score you see here, the national percentile rank, is across all screeners in Tennessee, the composite score, compared to the national norms across the nation.
Got it.
So it makes it a comparable. It's a standard score, so you can compare it. And because it's a national percentile score, you can compare it to other states.
Got it. So then that would mean for the kindergarten example, at least, that the students are not just learning throughout the year, but they're learning faster than their peers in other states. Like when those stair step up, that's showing they're learning more than in other states.
I think we'd have to look at the other states' data, but nationally, what that is saying is we are growing. And so the 45th percentile means that those students are performing better than 44% of the national average.
Right.
So, yeah. So, I mean, I think that's good. I think we are growing, and we're growing compared to the national percentile, and those norms are national norms, so they are also growing.
Right.
So we're keeping up or exceeding, as you said, in some areas compared to national norms.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you have that data, then obviously some schools are scoring 99th percentile.
Some students maybe within the schools.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what we can do with the data. Is there something we can find out? What is it that we're doing that those schools or students are scoring 99th percentile versus ours at 33rd or 45th, that we can learn from that?
And I think when you look at this, you're looking at an aggregate of all students across Tennessee, and you're going to have some, obviously, that score in the lower range of average and some score in the higher range of average. But yes, we are trying to look at that data both as an aggregate across grade levels, but we also disaggregate the data for student groups, but we also look at regions in schools. And I think that is the goal often of the literacy network, but also the ALN network. Those districts that are engaged in that work, they're taking a look at that data. We have the data for K-3, obviously, because they report that back to us 3 times a year. There's a lot of other data out there that above 4th grade data, obviously, because all students must be screened 3 times a year through grade 6, and then 1 time a year, 7 and 8. That data is not reported back to the state, so we don't have that data. But because they're working in these networks, they do look at that data. That's part of their work. The core consultants, both the ELA consultants, but also the special education consultants, work with districts on understanding their individual data, and they do drill down to school level. And then at the school level, they drill down to classroom and teacher level. So that work is happening across the state, but it's more a local initiative, and it's supported by the networks and also the core consultants.
Okay, thank you.
All right, wonderful. Brooke Amos, Assistant Commissioner of Human Capital with the department, and my colleague, Dr. Jennifer Nelson, and I will be discussing our work with educator preparation providers, EPPs, we'll often call it, and the intersection between our partnership with those groups and our literacy work. Okay, slid right on by. One of the things that we'll be talking about specifically are 2 assessments related to literacy work in the state, although they do serve 2 specific functions. So one of the assessments that is currently operational in the state is the Teaching Reading Elementary assessment, which functions as a content knowledge assessment for individuals with endorsements in the applicable content areas. So examples of that would be, elementary education K-5 or integrated early childhood education pre-K-3. And then the second assessment that we'll be talking about is in alignment with the Literacy Success Act. Individuals individuals who are looking to obtain, renew, or advance an educator license, again, with one of those qualified endorsement areas, is the Tennessee Early Literacy Assessment, which is one of the options that individuals have when they're looking to, again, have that licensure action, where individuals may either complete one of the literacy professional development courses or complete the literacy assessment that was approved previously by the board to meet the requirement for the licensure action. Great fun. So this slide here, and is in alignment with data that has previously been reported on the SBE report card, shows the first time pass rate for that ETS content assessment that we have currently. The state average for the assessment is 82.3%. For the pass rate on this assessment first time. We'll note that test takers do, on subsequent test taking experiences, do pass that. That is not denoted here, although we do have those data if individuals are interested in that available to the board. Although there are some, notes we see of individuals having, less likelihood of passing that, but we do see that number increase somewhat for groups on the second time of taking the assessment.
So what do we do with that data? Because I'm sitting here looking at Nashville teacher residency, only 16.7%, but Rhodes College, 94.1%. What is it that Rhodes College is doing differently than Nashville teacher residency that they can learn from?
Yeah, I try not to draw too big of individual distinctions when there is a small in size. While those particular ones do pass suppression rules, which are set at 10, we are still looking at pretty small in sizes for those groups. But I do think that individuals, speaking of Nashville teacher residency specifically, do put a large amount of resources into supporting individuals going through their preparation program to help them through the pass rate for that. And then we do see, NTR is one that we do see having a higher second pass rate threshold for the program. That is a bit of an outlier.
And just to clarify, the in size you're referring to is within parentheses?
Yes, sir.
So there are some that have an in size that's really large enough to, I think, to our chair's point, draw some insights from.
I think that's accurate.
So to the extent that we have in sizes where that is possible, how are we using that data? So for example, like Vanderbilt.
I think I'm trying to think thoughtfully on this. You're also looking at some elements of college selectivity that are going into play here, and other elements. And again, the reporting mechanism that we have as a state is first-time pass rate, not overall pass rate. So again, we are going to see some distinction there. And then I do know that EPPs are working. We as a state have some support partnerships with various groups to support individuals in taking those assessments, as well as the work that EPPs do individually to support their learner candidates in passing those assessments. I will note that this is early data from our Tennessee Early Literacy Assessment, and the board will be receiving a full report on this coming from my colleague Dr. Wall's team. So I think we can see this as a early snapshot, noting that you all will be receiving a full report of this coming soon. So let me say that from the onset. We do have a a first-time pass rate here of slightly under 40%. We also have a smaller window of EPPs that are reaching the suppression threshold here. I think a lot of work has been done by Dr. Wall and her team, and also our team, to communicate with EPPs about the available training option. So we have a large subset of individuals who are meeting the requirement for the Tennessee Literacy Success Act through the training pathway. So noting that we have a large number doing that versus, say, taking this early literacy assessment. So just to note, that's one of the elements here that's probably leading to the data that you are seeing. Additionally, this assessment, as a reminder for folks, is a free assessment. It was situated to be a no-cost assessment for individuals. So individuals are able to take this as many times as they would like. And, we do find that we see a good number of individuals taking the assessment or registering to take the assessment, maybe starting, stopping, diverting to the training pathway. So we are not seeing folks necessarily not getting licensed, but we are seeing kind of the pass rate that we have here.
Mr. Cobbin.
Just one question. Sorry. About this particular chart, and I see the footnote at the bottom, but I don't know if that answers my question or not. But I don't see any EPPs from West Tennessee on the chart. So I was just wondering why.
Yes, sir. So we do have UT Martin here,
Right.
but the other EPPs, again, did not reach the number of test takers required to report.
Okay.
Again, they probably had candidates who took the training requirement that was offered, that is the asynchronous training to meet licensure requirements.
All right.
Dr. Morrison.
I have a question and just a point of clarification, because we have several new members. Can you remind us the difference between this assessment and the reading assessment that you were just talking about, how educators are using these, and also the differences? Because my understanding was we created this one, the TELA, which you have to remember, it's Tennessee
Early literacy
assessment. Okay. Because it's really about foundational skills versus the praxis that we were not quite as confident was aligned as well as we wanted fully for foundations of reading and some of the other shifts that we've made as a state. But can you just remind the whole board a little bit about the difference between those two?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll let Dr. Wall jump in here if there's anything that I miss on the overview. So, exactly. So, with the passage of the Tennessee Literacy Success Act, there was a requirement that we have a no-cost literacy assessment available for individuals. So they essentially have two options. So choose your own adventure, where individuals to obtain, advance, or renew a license may either take a professional training course that is asynchronous, online, available at any time for early or secondary literacy. So individuals can do that. Or they can take an assessment that had to be free and meet the different requirements and standards of the Tennessee Literacy Act. That included foundational literacy skills and high-quality instructional materials and other elements. So the challenge we had with the ETS assessment, which is just required for folks based on their content area and endorsement, is that it didn't include some of the elements of Tennessee Literacy Success Act. So we had like the Venn diagram, there was a lot of overlap, but some of those elements on the side, like HQIM, just weren't going to be included in ETS's assessment because they didn't have sort of the full picture of Tennessee Literacy Success Act by virtue that it's a national assessment. So the early literacy assessment and the training both include that full scope of standards, including high quality instructional materials. That's my best I used to be a teacher overview of that. So hopefully that worked. So again, we will have more information about this, a full overview summary of the assessment coming out. I will say, just for, fun facts for you all, is that we are seeing most of our in-state candidates who come through, just when they give us licensure transactions, we're seeing very, very small numbers of individuals who were having to give notes on their transactions to say, hey, you're missing something, which we don't necessarily categorize why, but some of those reasons would be missing the literacy component, or like missing a transcript. We're seeing very small numbers, which to us is a signal saying like we've done a pretty good job as a department and with your support communicating the requirement. We are seeing higher numbers out of state, and that makes sense. But then on the resubmission, we're seeing very high numbers, over 90% of folks being able to successfully move it, and for in-state, over 98%. So just to kind of give you that note there. All right, I will pass to my colleague. Goodness, she will work this to talk a little bit more about the literacy standards implementation.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Jennifer Nelson, Senior Director of Educator.
Sorry, thank you. Jennifer Nelson, Senior Director of Educator Preparation at the department. First, I'd like to commend my ed prep team and the EPPs for all the hard work that they have done to get to this point. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about the required annual review of EPPs. And kind of, we did it in a couple of stages, and I'll walk you through that and answer any questions you have. After the Literacy Success Act was passed, the department was tasked to conduct an annual review of all applicable EPPs. Phase 1 of our plan was to create a EPP signed assurance, and those contained 3 components that you see on the slide. We have first an EPP head administrator attestation page that signified that they were implementing the literacy standards. We also asked for them to complete a matrices that demonstrated alignment between courses and clinical experiences within the standards, and also a narrative of plans regarding how they will integrate the foundational skills standards within the applicable programs. We had them upload in TN Atlas, and in spring 2022, all EPPs met the requirements and were in compliance with the literacy review. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah. After phase 1, the ed prep team quickly pivoted to phase 2, which you see here. Because we value our EPPs and LEA voices, we asked for their feedback in what this review will look like. For our first official literacy review, the ed prep team wanted to create a space where EPPs could demonstrate standards alignment within their matrices, provide artifacts within their course syllabi, and offer an opportunity to reflect and reinforce the work in this literacy space. So section 1 contains the signed assurance matrices that they did back in 2022, and we also inserted the recently added dyslexia standards to that spreadsheet. The EPPs then had the opportunity to indicate any programmatic changes, and it gave them the opportunity to review and to reflect on the work that they've been doing, and also update and refine the work moving forward. The ed prep team believes this would give the EPPs the opportunity to show programmatic improvements and demonstrate alignment with the current literacy standards. So section 2 of our phase 2 review goes a little deeper to show where within the courses and clinical experiences EPPs are directly implementing the literacy standards. Through collaboration with EPPs, we heard an overwhelming response from EPP representatives that they felt like syllabi were the most important pieces of evidence of work, and everything related to standards is driven within the syllabus. This section of the review allows for EPP voice and for the aligned content to represent an intentional and coherent focus of course content and practice. As we know in Tennessee, the standards drive the work in all facets of education. In order to ensure consistency with all EPPs, we asked them to align the literacy standards to course objectives, outcomes, and requirements, to link the standards to assignments or assessments and/or in weekly instruction. We pretty much left it up to the EPPs to determine where within their syllabus they are aligning the literacy standards. And last, Section 3 was a completely optional narrative allowing EPPs the opportunity to reflect on their work and to highlight best practices and trends of quality instruction. They are also given the opportunity to say what is going well and how this will help with growth and strengthen practices. In addition, this just celebrates the good work we're seeing across Tennessee EPPs.
Question. Go back up one. It appears that reflection would be a very important aspect, and you said it's optional. So what % of the EPPs did their reflection?
I would say it was definitely over 50%. We had 40 EPPs that had to go through this literacy review, and most of them did. And I'm happy to share some of those responses from them.
Yeah, I would think that would be very valuable information for people to share.
Yeah, absolutely. And just we have done an analysis of all of this optional section, and there were some patterns and trends that we saw from the EPPs. Some of them said the revision of coursework and syllabi to meet the rigor of the standards. Some EPPs said more intentional literacy collaborations with LEAs. They have partnership agreements, but they took it a step further because when you use high-quality instructional materials, the EPPs have to know what their districts are using, and so that they can show those materials to their candidates so they will be prepared when they go into the district. And overall, what we saw was that foundational literacy skills instruction has been a catalyst for change within their EPP. So we're seeing a lot of positives in that area. But it was an opportunity for EPPs to let us know what's going well. And here is another example. We had a faculty member from Freed-Hardeman University make a comment, and I thought this was really valuable, and I wanted to call it out. It says, the pass rates of literacy assessment for teacher candidates in all of our programs have improved as we have been more explicit in our instruction, focused on the science of reading, and implemented the new literacy standards. Based on the feedback from our teacher candidates in all of our programs, they are becoming more confident in their literacy instruction. So I felt like that was a really good call out, and we have many, many more really good call outs of how this has affected the changes within their EPP. And finally, I would just like to commend the department's ed prep team who reviewed a total of 281 literacy reviews in 40 days. It was a lot of work, and that was a lot of reviews in a very short amount of time, and we are currently still going through the literacy review and happy to provide an update after we get finished with this second round for this year. And with that, I will turn it over to Christy Wall.
So as we head towards the end of this particular presentation, we did want to share with the board that there is a series of literacy reports that are called out by state statute that are required of the department or in cooperation and partnership of the department. Some of those you can see are highlighted here. Some of those will be forthcoming based upon the timelines and the requirements and the readiness of those reports. But we did want to share just for awareness to you all that as those reports become available, as they touch and are reporting out on our literacy efforts, that we'll be certain to include you in on those as they become available and are published at large. As Ms. Amos mentioned, the Tennessee Early Literacy Assessment Report will be coming your way shortly to kind of give a full picture of how that year one implementation with that particular assessment has gone. And then obviously the corresponding literacy reports. But just wanted to share that as a technical aspect and forthcoming documents and items to read and be aware of, that'll be a continued communication in terms of what's happening across the literacy landscape in the state. So with that, we can pause here for further questions, general questions. But Dr. Eby, Mr. Eby, we really appreciate the time and the opportunity to share these updates with the State Board.
Thank you. I think Ms. Brown has some comments.
Just wanted to thank the TDOE folks here on my team for presenting today, and also all of the hard work of teachers and all of our stakeholders, families across Tennessee. But I do have a few compelling data points to speak to the overall efforts and successes that it's led to in literacy in Tennessee over the last few years. Last year, well, in spring of '23, our third grade students had a historic gain of 4.3 percentage increase in proficiency, spring of '23. That same group of students in the spring of '24 as fourth graders increased proficiency again, 2.9%. That is some pretty steep gains that we're really proud of. In addition to that, something else that is, was alluded to that we're working on is our students in our sometimes student groups that we want to continue that growth at a higher rate. But the students that were in the lowest category, the below category, and the spring TCAP in fourth grade this past year is the lowest that we've seen since standards resetting in 2017 and before the pandemic. So that is at 13%, and we're really proud of that. So that don't show up in the proficiency, that you made the mark or not, but it's certainly significant, I believe, in growing all students in Tennessee and getting them closer to that mark. So I just feel compelled to share that. And also just to say that overall, I don't think that it's just one thing or just one program. I think that, with your support and the combination of our high-quality instructional materials, our summer programming, tutoring, professional development, partnerships with families, the work that's been done with our teachers and students and everybody involved, that all of those things have contributed to these gains, and we look forward to that projection continuing. So thank you all, and I hope we have great reports just like this across all grade levels and going forward in future years. We're doing some hard work, and so are all the teachers and folks in school districts across the state. So I just felt compelled to share those data points with you all.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Questions or comments for the people? Now, I too would just thank you for bringing this data to us. It is encouraging to see the progress that we're making. There's still ways to go, but by having this data, we can look and see where we are, where we need to go, where we need to put our focus. And as Ms. Brown said, we're making some really substantial improvements, and thank you for what you're doing. Thank you. Speaking of standards, Dr. David Laird.
Good afternoon, Chairman Eby, members of the board. I am David Laird. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Assessment and Accountability at the Tennessee Department of Education, and I am here to discuss for you a standard-setting process that occurred. We'll talk a little bit about what occurs in standard setting, and we'll also talk about the specific products of this standard setting for the 7 assessments for which it applied. Standard setting is, again, part of TCAP scoring. It is functionally a committee of expert teachers that come together to provide a single critical piece in the overall scoring of TCAP assessments. It is triggered anytime the assessments themselves are changed so significantly that the prior expectations that we use to score the test should no longer be applied, because these are functionally new tests or new assessments. There are 7 assessments that went through standard setting this summer. All 6 of the high school math tests went through standard setting. In addition, we have an optional grade 2 ELA test. About 65% of the state participates on it in any given year. That test also went through standard setting. But the reasons why are slightly different. We had to send the high school math test through standard setting because of the work of the state board, which ultimately led to, about 2 years ago, a significant change to high school math standards themselves. So what we are expected to teach Tennessee students in high school was significantly different enough that our old assessments shouldn't be used and our old scoring expectations would need to be updated. So to illustrate the point, it'll be the department's intent from here forward that anytime we talk about high school math performance data, we will not show longitudinal trends that span the tests that were administered 2 years ago and the tests that were administered last spring, because these are functionally new assessments, and so the results shouldn't be compared. And standard setting is a key part of setting those new expectations, those new scoring expectations for those tests. The change for the grade 2 test is slightly different. It wasn't a change to underlying standards, but the department took the initiative to make a significant change to the test design itself that was so significant, again, the old scoring expectations couldn't be applied. Previously, the design of the grade 2 test essentially was intended to serve two different purposes. It was designed in that way at a time where we did not have a statewide adoption of a universal reading screening assessment. And so that test functionally was two tests in one. There were sections of that test that were what we would think of as more traditional TCAP subparts, and there were additional parts of that test that were intended to be skills-based and speak directly to fluency and early grade literacy. It was providing the information that a screener would be expected to do. Now that we have a fully adopted universal reading screener, there was no reason to maintain that test in its current design because it was objectively an extremely long assessment, particularly for kids at that grade level. And so we were functionally able to cut that test in half. And contrary to popular belief, we love making our tests shorter and making them as short as humanly possible and still doing what they are legally required to do appropriately. So again, that test got so significantly reduced, our old scoring expectations would not be appropriate to apply to that test. And so again, when we think about reporting performance in the future, the same general rule should apply. We shouldn't be comparing scores across years because the test is very different than the test that had been administered previously. And let me just say before we get into the weeds, there is, I realize for a lot of my items, an awful lot of detail underneath these things. And so if it wasn't apparent, I want to be clear, I'm happy to take pushes or questions or feedback if I need to go more detail or something, or frankly, just speed up, which I know is an issue for me. I'm happy to take that feedback as well. The slide that I have up now is just a little bit of additional context. There is a regular cadence that you are perfectly well aware of in which standards are revised. Our work with standard setting flows directly from this. For the math standard setting process, it was deemed by the department that the underlying changes to elementary and math standards in the last revision were not significant enough as to exclude our scoring expectations. It was only the high school math standards that changed significantly enough to cause us to reduce scoring. The other nugget that you could pull out of this chart is that we are moving into a new science implementation or a new implementation of science standards. Sometime this fall, the department will make a determination based on the extent of the revision to science standards, which, if any of those assessments, will need to go through the process that I'm about to describe, not next summer, but the summer after that. And just based on our preliminary understanding of the changes to the standards adopted by the board, we do expect that a few of those assessments will need to undergo the same type of scoring update. Sorry,
It's not you.
too quickly. So this is just a brief flow chart that tries to array what follows a standards revision. The blue path down here describes items related to building the test. And the orange pieces here are essentially the scoring of the assessment. The biggest challenge for the department anytime standards are significantly revised is we have no items in our item bank that actually assess the new standards. They haven't been assessed previously, and so we immediately begin doing all of the work that we can to generate new items that can be used to assess new standards. And so that includes working with our vendor to produce a constellation of new items that might apply for these standards. All of those items go through an item review committee where we pull together expert Tennessee teachers to review all of those items, give the department feedback on any edits that are necessary to help those items most accurately assess the underlying standards underneath. Those items are then also field tested which means we put those items on a form that is administered to actual students, and we pull together an amount of data on those items, and we apply a variety of statistical tests to make sure those items are performing appropriately. If they're too difficult, if they're too easy, if they're not correlating over sufficiently with the overall performance on the test, if we find issues of bias. So some groups of students in Tennessee are doing better with those items than others, those items will get thrown out and they'll never actually count for a student. So that work happens. And that is fed into the standard setting process. When teachers get into our committee and they help us with the scoring aspect, they're reviewing the test items themselves. They're also able to look at the performance of students on those items. So they're actually seeing and will have that information as part of their conversations about how students have actually performed. So it's not just a purely theoretical exercise. In terms of the scoring component, there are a couple really important preconditions for a standard setting to occur. The first is simply the definition of the performance levels in Tennessee. And this is set as a level of policy. And we call these performance level descriptors, and you'll see throughout my deck, PLDs. There is a policy level definition of what it means to score below, approaching, meeting expectations, or exceeding expectations. And the teachers in our standard setting committee are working backward from those definitions. So we're not asking them to determine what it means to meet expectations. We're asking them to align the content of the test to the definitions that exist. But there's one addition, and I'll show information about, a little bit more information about what that entails. But there's one additional step in between the policy definition of proficiency and a standard setting process, and this relates directly to the work of the board. When standards themselves are revised, a subset of the group of teachers that were responsible for essentially creating the revision to the standards is pulled together by the department, and they help us create what we call range performance level descriptors, or range PLDs. The range PLDs, again, working backward from the overall definition of what it means to meet or exceed expectations, are specific statements based in the content of the course that describe what a child should be able to know and can do at different performance levels. And I'll provide a more detailed example, but just conceptually, if there's a standard for, let's say, central tendency, mean, median, and mode, there are specific range PLDs that describe for that standard, what can a child who's level 1 do with mean, median, and mode? What is a child who's level 2? What should they be expected to do with mean, median, and mode, level 3, level 4? And that also feeds into the standard setting process. So the teachers have the items from the test, they have performance on those items, they also have very specific descriptions of what it means to score at the various performance levels on the content of the course for which they're going to ultimately propose cut score recommendations to the department. And this really is the core of what we mean by a criterion referenced test, right? There's two big buckets of types of assessments. There's norm referenced assessments and criterion referenced assessments. A norm referenced assessment would essentially be evaluated by saying, compared to all of the students that took the test, what percentile rank might that student be? That is not the way we score TCAP tests. That was discussed many years ago, and the department and the state clearly made a direction that we want criterion referenced tests in Tennessee. We want Tennessee students evaluated against Tennessee standards and against Tennessee expectations. And let me provide a little bit more detail of those expectations. These are Tennessee's what we call policy PLDs, or performance level descriptors. These descriptors were set in 2015-16 by an expert committee of stakeholders that included a member of the state board, 2 members of the legislature, 2 members of the department, plus a superintendent, plus a teacher, plus a parent and a principal. And you can see a child that exceeds expectations in Tennessee has an extensive understanding of the content of the course and an expert ability to apply the skills. A child that meets expectations has a comprehensive understanding and a thorough ability to apply. A child who's approaching has an approaching understanding of the content and a partial ability to apply. A child who's below expectations has minimal and nominal mastery of the course. Scoring of the TCAP test work backwards from these definitions. What you'll see on the next slide, and I apologize, this is difficult to read, this is an example of the range performance level descriptor. Again, so for a measure of central tendency, that expert group of teachers that were responsible for revising the standards came together and helped the department devise these range PLDs. So these are descriptions of what those performance levels mean for each essentially grouping. It's not by every single standard, but by groups of standards assessed, or rather instructed in that course. So a child at level 2, which has an approaching understanding of the material, can choose the measure, and I apologize, I'm having trouble reading it as well. I've got it here, though. Can choose the measure of central tendency, mean, median, or mode, most appropriate to a given context, and find the weighted average of a data set. A child that exceeds expectations can create and justify an example of real-world problems that require a specified measure of central tendency to solve. So that is the operational definition of extensive and expert. And so this is what, and I'll back up 2 slides quickly, this is what feeds into the standard setting process. They have the items on the test, they have the performance on those items, and they're given a set of clear expectations for how that maps onto the content of the course. It is the job of the teachers at these committee meetings to essentially describe those PLDs in terms of the items on the test that was assessed. And the ultimate product of that is to produce a series of cut score recommendations, right? They're helping us find the line between below and approaching and meeting expectations, and meeting and exceeding expectations. And so I'll talk a little bit more about the actual ask for that committee and what they do in the 2 days it takes them to produce cut score recommendations, but I know I've just covered a lot of ground, so I just wanted to pause for a moment and see if there were any questions or elaborations that made sense at this time. Clear as mud? Okay. We'll keep going. So in terms of how cut score recommendations are produced, what actually happens in the meeting. Essentially, it's a 2-day process. If we're lucky, we take as much time as it takes to get the conversation to where it needs to go. But teachers come in, they're trained on the process itself. They spend an inordinate amount of time reviewing the PLDs, right? So the first part of their job is to just make sure that they have a thorough understanding of the scoring expectations that have already been produced. And in fact, and I have more to share on this later, a significant majority of the teachers that are part of the standard setting process were part of the production of the range PLDs and were involved in your standard setting committee to begin with, or rather your standards revision committee to begin with. So we feel very comfortable that the group is very involved and very knowledgeable about what those expectations are. And of course, as these conversations are playing out, the one thing that the department is always listening for is that they're staying grounded in those definitions of proficiency. Right, so we want to hear them referring and referencing the PLDs in their conversations, and we feel incredibly confident that that was done to a wonderful extent with this group. We thought the group of teachers that came together to do this work were absolutely fantastic. But please.
Mr. Cobbins.
Just a general question about how do we identify and assemble the educators that.
If you could give me a little grace to get there, I will definitely
Okay.
speak to that in another section. So they review the PLDs in depth. The next step for them would be to have an additional calibrating conversation where they create what we call borderline descriptors, which means even though the PLDs already exist, we have them have a conversation about the knowledge and skills of a child who scored just approaching, like they're 1 point above below. What does that kid look like? What do they know and can do? We have them have a conversation again about the child who's just above meet expectations and the child who's just above exceeding expectations. And again, the conversation is necessary that they have to share an understanding of what that looks like in order to ultimately evaluate the test. So that is almost a day in and of itself of just having them review what it means to be proficient and come to a shared understanding of what kids look like in terms of their knowledge and skills at the cut points. They will then go through the test item for item. And they'll essentially ask themselves, what is the likelihood that that borderline student, the student at the cut score, will get this item right when they take the test, right? And we specifically use like an 80% likelihood that that kid is going to answer this item correctly. If they say that the kid at the approaching cut answers that item correctly, that is a tally mark for that cut score. And they'll essentially go through the entire test. They'll look at all 40-plus items. And they may arrive at that kid who just scored at approaching would answer with some certainty 10 of the items correctly. That teacher has functionally voted that the raw score cut score for the below performance level should be at 10 raw score points. And they do that again by going item by item through the test. But we don't do it once. In fact, they do it 3 times. So they go through it once, and we facilitate a conversation where we point them back to areas of agreement and disagreement. So we look at items where, and we're looking at everything in the back end, why these conversations are going on. We look at items where maybe half the committee thought meets expectations students could do this and half didn't. We will put that item up on the screen, we'll have the PLD up on the wall, and we'll talk about how that item really is best reflected in terms of the PLD. And then we ask them to do it again. And then we show them some results of the assessment, what actually would happen with these cut scores, and we ask them to do it yet again. And we do see significant shift in where the cut scores recommendations are from when they start in round 1 to where we land in round 3, and that actually gives us confidence that we're facilitating the conversations correctly. Because there is an enormous amount of content in a course, and getting a group of people to agree about what is assessed, like, it takes work. And it takes a lot of work to get to that point. So ultimately, the recommendation that comes to the department is a mean score of all of the votes tabulated together by the teachers for the various cut points. And that's what we ultimately evaluate and will present to you. And again, this is the nature of a criterion reference test. There's no consideration really of what percentage of kids should pass this. It is not part of the scoring process. We have definitions. A child who can meet expectations has a comprehensive understanding of the content and a thorough ability to apply it. We map that back into the content of the course, and then we go through the test and say who meets those expectations. That is how we arrive at the raw score cut scores that we use to score the test. And again, there's a lot there, but I just wanted to pause again, and if I need to speed up, I can hear that too. But I just wanted to pause there and see what else I could elaborate on.
I'll say this, is that when we had our one-on-one, Dr. Laird and I had a pretty lengthy discussion about this, and it really opened my eyes. I go back to those of you who were on the board when our beloved Mike Edwards was on the board. And when we say a cut score of 19 out of 40 means meeting expectations, and we math people did that calculation, and that's less than 50%. Mr. Edwards always say, how can you say you score less than 50% meet expectations? Then Dr. Laird went through this whole process that every question is not set of what every student should know, but they do have each one of these categories. And they spend a lot of time going through, you know, at what level a student knows to get various questions. So that was very, very helpful to me, and I greatly appreciate it. I don't know if other members had similar questions or whatever, but that was quite helpful to me in understanding the process. Thank you.
Awesome. And so the last piece I'll just add to that. A persistent question that we always get, and the department doesn't mind answering this question because there's certainly, we understand why it exists. And it really comes down to, and I won't belabor the point too much, the difference between raw scores points and scale scores. It is always a source of confusion. Why can't we just use the raw score points to determine scoring expectations? We are now, but functionally what will happen from here is the department will take the raw score cut scores that you will approve, should you approve them, and we will convert those over to scale scores. When we score next year's test, we are going to use the scale score numbers to determine the proficiency levels and not the raw score points. And I realize this is a source of frustration for folks because it would just be so much simpler if we use the raw score points. And I just wanted to take a second to explain this because, again, we get this question so frequently. No high-stakes standardized test, again, used for high-stakes purposes, is going to assume that if you're writing new items every year, that you can write items that are exactly as difficult as the items that you wrote last year. It's just, it's not statistically appropriate. There is a mountain of evidence to suggest that folks, even people with deep content expertise, aren't necessarily great at predicting how likely a group of students might be to get that item correctly, particularly with a state as diverse as Tennessee. You pull a teacher from one end of Tennessee, they might have an expectation based on the kids that they taught. You pull a teacher from another end of Tennessee, their expectation might look wildly different. And so the reason why we don't use raw score points is because we know our tests might be a little bit more difficult next year than it was this year. And so we have a statistical process in the back end that we call equating that we use to pull next year's test onto the same scale as this year's test. So it is entirely possible that the cut scores that we use next year might be a point or two off from what you're going to approve today, but that is working as intended. That means we're actually doing the work to make sure that next year's test is as difficult as this year's test, and we're carrying the expectation forward. And I know no one wants it to be that complicated, but given what these tests are used for, that is the best practice for how these tests should be scored. And again, I know that's frustrating and we'll never get tired of trying to answer that, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to that. In terms of the department also asking you to approve a 10 or a 12 isn't really giving you a lot of valuable information. So we did want to briefly summarize, were the cut scores that you're about to approve be applied, what would happen to performance levels in Tennessee? And so we wanted to summarize that briefly. For the 6 math tests, with these new cut scores, what would happen is we would see a modest increase in proficiency rates overall, generally about a 1% to 6% increase in proficiency. It's not inconsequential, but it's also not a dramatic change. What the department wants to be very clear on is that nobody should misinterpret this score in relation to last year's score. These are new tests. If we made a 6% increase, that doesn't mean we did better because we're assessing different content. Doesn't mean we didn't do better. It's just these results wouldn't prove that. It wouldn't be appropriate to make that leap. What's most consequential, I think, again, given the board's purview for revising standards, we do see a significant redistribution of the non-proficient performance levels, so the below and approaching categories. Historically, with the math EOCs, about 2/3 of the non-proficient kids score below, 1/3 score approaching. We see that flip on its head with these new tests. Only about 1/3 of the non-proficient kids are scoring below, 2/3 are scoring approaching. The department's consideration here is to feel that the data that we're about to release, should those cut scores go forward, is descriptive of the change to the standards itself. Right? Our job is to not introduce any bias. Our job is simply to assess the standards of the grade. And I'll say the department feels that based on our understanding of the standards and certainly what we heard from the committee of teachers that were evaluating this, that is actually an appropriate reflection of how the standards themselves changed. It's generally understood that the new statistics and data science standards that are being introduced are more likely to feel applicable and accessible for students who perhaps have historically struggled with the more traditional EOC tests, and that some of the more conceptually rigorous standards have been pushed up a course to make room for the new standards that have been introduced. So again, that change is significant, but we feel accurately reflects the way the standards were revised. For the grade 2 test, we do see a significant increase in proficiency, a dramatic increase in proficiency, but again, we have cut a test in half that was very long for students at that grade level. It's much more approachable, it's much more reasonable for kids at that grade level. We like that it is now streamlined and focused, and so we feel, again, confident that that assessment is still continuing to reflect the work of the grade and not introducing bias into the process. This next slide, just very briefly, attempts to sort of quantify the extent of the revision to the high school math standards. I do want to say these numbers shouldn't be interpreted too closely. The header in the green column says standards that were added or revised. Those are not created equal. A brand new standard could be very different than a minor revision to a standard. So looking at integrated 3 and realizing there's 25 standards removed and 39 standards revised or added, That does mean there's significant change. I just wouldn't interpret that number too closely. That 39 may not be a heck of a lot more than the 21, just based on if that's 21 new standards versus 39 revised. But I do think this this does speak to the overall significance of the change to high school standards. The standards, what's assessed is significantly different because what is expected to be taught is significantly different.
Just put that in perspective, 25 removed, 39 added, out of how many total standards?
I apologize, I wouldn't know, I couldn't speak to that exactly, but I would imagine it is anywhere from 60. I know we have a social studies test with 100 standards associated with it. So it's still a significant amount.
Thank you. Dr. Morrison.
Well, thank you, Dr. Laird. He did an excellent job on our prep calls going through this material the first time, so it's helpful to hear it again, I know for many of us. And also, I just wanted to preview, as I did on the prep calls, that this is a conversation we'll be coming back to as a board as we think about high school math, Algebra 2 specifically. What are we teaching in Algebra 2? What do we used to teach in Algebra 2? What does that look like now in terms of our assessments? And I think just seeing that chart around the number of standards in Algebra 2 and some of those upper level math courses that all students are expected to take, we'll want to dig into that further as a board as we think about the legislative charge that we have to look at alternatives to Algebra 2, where that's coming from, and sort of understand where we are and where we might need to be. But I think there's significant changes that have happened that we're just now picking up on in the assessments this year, which is why we're having this conversation today about the standard setting. So just previewing that we're going to be coming back to that as a board and thinking about high school math in particular. And so some of this will resonate again when we come to that at a future meeting.
So one last specific point on output. The department just wanted, in the interest of complete transparency, there's 7 tests, there's 3 cut scores per test. The department received 21 cut score recommendations from the committee of teachers. We did adjust 3 of those cut scores in terms of what we're now presenting to you. It was the same rationale on all 3 cases. And for 3 of the high school math tests, we essentially bumped up the approaching cut score 2 or 3 points. The reason being, there is a level of performance, an amount of raw score points earned that could be achieved by a child who just guesses their way through a multiple choice test. So if there's 5 response items and there's 40 items on the test, they could get 7 or 8 points just by guessing. We did not draw the attention of the committee to that consideration. We wanted them focused purely on the math. We didn't give them a guideline to try to avoid that in any way, but 3 of those committees did ultimately produce cut score recommendations that were too close to that level of guessing, in the sense that we would lose information to provide to districts, to provide to teachers. So we raised those cut score points 2 or 3 points, depending upon where it was set, so that we could differentiate between a child that made a good faith effort to perform well on the test but is struggling, versus a child that perhaps for a variety of different reasons may have not been in the mood to make a good faith effort on the test at that time. So again, we just wanted to be clear, what you're going to approve today does include 3 adjustments made by the department. We've consulted our technical advisory board and we feel confident in making that recommendation. And so I have 2 tables here with the cut score recommendations, but I realize there might not be a lot of value in us reviewing these numbers, but I did want to give you a chance, or at least for the public, to present the initial cut scores that we'll use to score the assessments. Again, just for our customer service in future years, these will not necessarily be the cut scores that we apply in future years. So if you're looking at next year's cut scores, they shouldn't change much, but it's possible they could change a point or 2. And these are the cut scores for the ELA assessment. I do have a slide in here. Sorry, I apologize. Am I leaping over? Sorry, we did have a slide, and I do have it in text here, about the committee itself. I wanted to come back to Mr. Dobbins' question.
It was earlier up. We have it in our deck, David.
Okay. Well, I apologize that it's...
Slide 11 in ours.
There were 77 teachers that ultimately participated in the 7 committees that we have. We've spent a lot of time and attention to the recruitment process, just because this conversation is incredibly important. It has real-world consequences for kids and for teachers and for schools, given the uses of the assessment. On average, we had 11 years of experience for any teacher that was participating in these conversations. 66 of the 77 teachers were active classroom teachers in Tennessee. The other folks were in district office positions, so we're assuming they're directors of curriculum and instruction or perhaps math coordinators, specific coordinators in the district office for those subject areas. We had at least 5 members of the committee for each of the 8 core regions. We do care and work very hard to make sure that all of Tennessee is represented in that process. We know East, Middle, and West Tennessee pride themselves on their individuality, and so it is a part of our recruitment process to make sure that we're drawing from across the state. And just over 50% of the teachers that participated were part of the range PLD process and were part of the standards revision process. And so we really like having that continuity of thought from the standards revision to the development of the range PLDs to the actual standard setting process. Did that, Mr. Cobbs, get to your question?
That's helpful. Just wondering, how does the recruitment process work? So does a call go out to educators across the state to say,
A call will go out broadly, but we also have a listserv that we maintain. Not everyone can participate in every year. And so we have a giant listserv because we do item review committees and a variety of other committees throughout the year. And so we maintain that listserv of anybody who's ever participated, who's come in and performed well in the process. We are always reaching out to them, but a broad call goes out to districts across the state because, again, the significance of this conversation, we need the best possible people that we can in the room.
and who assesses the interested parties or applicants? Do they apply?
Yeah, so the applicants have to apply. They have to give us information about their teaching experience, what they've taught, their experience teaching English learners or students with disabilities. There's a pretty lengthy application that they complete, and it's the department itself that manages the recruitment process. The facilitation of these conversations themselves is handled by a vendor. They actually subcontract to an expert group of psychometricians that do nothing but manage the standard setting conversations. But in terms of the recruitment itself, that process is handled internally by the department.
Dr. Morrison.
I realize there's some microphone on. Just quick aside, because Dr. Laird was kind enough to invite some of us to come, and hopefully that opportunity will present itself again. It was really interesting to see the educators working with the, in this case, Pearson facilitators. I mean, the conversations were so nuanced, so intense. They were, I mean, this is really impressive work and really difficult work, and I felt really confident walking away from it that, again, what we're looking at as a board now has, again, the full vetting of educators from across the state in what felt like a really representative way. And so again, thank you for that invitation to join for those conversations. That was really informative.
We will do so again.
Ms. Johnson.
Just a quick question. Are the people that are scoring the actual test, are they compensated as far as monetary compensation at this point?
So the people that participate in standard setting are compensated for it.
Okay.
We do pay them for their time to do this work. Matter of fact, we need to look at bumping that up perhaps a little bit. I'm not sure we're paying them quite enough. We'll reflect on that for next year. But yeah, they are compensated for their time.
And then those that are scoring the test?
So for our high school math tests, because those are entirely multiple choice, those are automated scoring. There's no need to pull individual raters in. For our ELA tests, where there are writing samples, those are all human scored. And there are people that are compensated through our vendor. The department is not actually in direct contact with those folks. But we do have requirements for who they are and where they're located. And so the department is involved in the broad scope of their selection, but we have no direct interaction with the people that are scoring the writing.
And are those people that are pulled, are they pulled during a school year, or are they pulled during the summer months?
For the writing scoring?
Mm-hmm.
So they will be pulled in the run-up to, as far as Tennessee is concerned, they'll be pulled in the run-up to scoring at that time, like into the run-up into the testing window. The second, like on or about the second day of the testing window, we'll start receiving boxes and they will immediately begin work.
Okay.
So we're recruiting people to do that work probably right up until the time scoring begins, as long as there's sufficient time to get them trained and calibrated.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay.
And I'll just final add that there was an additional question that came up in one of the prep calls. Assuming the cut scores are approved by the board, we will turn around and provide the actual performance level data to districts because they don't actually know how students have scored on these tests because the cut scores aren't approved. We'll make districts aware of that by September 5th. And the updated, what we call individual score reports or ISRs, will be released to parents by September 23rd as our existing timeline for getting this information out into the world.
Thank you. Other questions for Dr. Laird? This has been very helpful to understand the fullness of the process. I mean, it is very lengthy, but very important process, and looks like it's very, very thorough. Thank you for your work and efforts.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next item, Education to Workforce Programs. Mr. Ryan Allen, Ms. Martha Wetterman, Ms. Jaylene Young.
I'm assuming that's how you turn it on there. All right. So I think we're ready to get started. So first of all, appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm the Assistant Commissioner, Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development, and I serve as the Assistant Commissioner of the WIRED Division. So that's Workforce Insights Research and Reporting Division. So again, we have, appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and want to talk a little bit today about some of the shared missions and visions that we share as the department. We're the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce. Our goal is to, take the individuals and seek employment opportunities for them, take them wherever they are in their educational journey and get them work. At the same time, y'all are sharing the same mission of educating these individuals. So appreciate the opportunity, and I guess this is so we want to talk a little bit. First, I wanted to introduce my colleagues here who's going to explain some of the WIOA programs that we have. Jaylene Young, she'll talk about some of the federal programs. She's the assistant administrator in the workforce division, and also joined by Martha Wetterman, who also works in my division in the labor market information. And also we have Matthew Grove, who's our legislative liaison here with us today. So,
Lost the power.
There we go. So talk a little bit about, us as a department. Our mission is to advance the workforce and improve workforce safety. So again, at the Tennessee Department of Labor, we are trying to take individuals and move them into employment and also provide them, we have a couple of divisions that focus on the compliance and safety aspects of the work. And again, our vision is to ensure all Tennesseans have access to high-quality jobs in a safe and thriving workforce. I want to talk a little bit about some of our current priorities. These are, set by the governor. One is to increase the labor force participation rate. When we talk about what is the labor force participation rate, that is all individuals that are either in the workforce or maybe they've just recently been unemployed, but they're still actively seeking employment. So what we're really trying to do is to move this initiative is bring people that historically have not been working due to many circumstances and move them into employment. So we've got Jaylene will share some of the programs and pilot programs that we're working on to do that. Some more of our priorities are assisting employers recruit, retain workers through expanding programs such as apprenticeship. That's a huge focus for our department right now is earn and learn. It allows the participant to, not take time off just to go to, training and such, but they can work at the same time earning a living. So that allows a lot of people that historically have not had the chance to be retrained or continue their training. And also, we provide a ton of labor market information in our department and division. So hopefully, Again, as we explain some of that information, as a board member, you can know about that information and use that to help make strategic decisions. Another priority is providing training and reducing barriers. A lot of our participants experience extreme barriers, including youth, dislocated workers, or those that have recently been unemployed, those in poverty, long-term unemployed. We've got a lot of justice involved, pilot programs going on, individuals that don't have their high school credentials and needing additional assistance to enter and remain in the workforce. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jaylene Young, who actually oversees a lot of these programs. So she's going to kind of give you a high-level overview of each of these programs. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for having us this morning. As Ryan mentioned, I am the assistant administrator, and I oversee the programs that are operated in our American Job Centers, also known as AJCs. You may have heard of AJCs before, but we have, across the state, we have different levels of American Job Centers. We have what we call the comprehensive centers. Those will house our state merit workers. And then you have your other partners that are involved in it as well. But in our affiliate American Job Centers, you will have our partner programs and our partner staffs in those. And then, of course, we have specialized centers where they may be open a couple of days a week, a few hours a day, and those are sometimes community partner led. But we do staff those, our staff in those specialized centers to still provide the services that we offer from American Job Centers center. So first on our list is, of course, the apprenticeship program. Apprenticeships, we work with the employers throughout the state. These are programs that are employer-led. We do assist them and help them in helping them to train and find employees to actually on board, or we are training and their existing employees, and we put them through the apprenticeship programs, and then like I said, we just help them with any of the specialized work that these employers may have. We just give them the connections with our American Job Center partners to help move that apprenticeship program through. Dislocated worker program, again, those are individuals that have lost their jobs at no fault of their own, but sometimes at fault of their own, but we still help all individuals. But we actually have, I'm gonna call it a pot of money that we receive from the federal government that is specifically designed to help these dislocated workers get back into the workforce. That could be trainings, that could be educational programs that they go through, but this particular program is part of what we call our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, passionately known as WIOA. But dislocated workers, we get those additional funds to help these individuals go through your training programs and get back into the workforce. Some of them may be needing upskilling. So we work a lot with our eligible trainer provider list, and I'll go through that in just a few minutes. But our ETPL, eligible trainer provider list, those list some of your TCATs and your community colleges, and some private companies as well that may provide that education or certification programs to help these individuals get back into the workforce. Migrant Seasonal Farm Worker Program, again, it's a federal program where we receive Wagner-Pizer money. That's just a different section or a pot of money that the federal government gives us. And we actually, what we do from a migrant seasonal farm worker, we just hired 3 outreach individuals that will go into the communities, those foreign worker communities. We've hired one for East Middle West, but they will engage that population in their communities at the farms where they work, but it's for the workers and their families. We're just supplying them with the same opportunities that we offer in our brick and mortar American Job Centers. The same opportunities are being brought to them. We are going where the workers are. But again, it's to help them, provide them with the services. It could be, like I said, it could be educational, it could be certifications, the truck driving certifications or anything like that. But it's to help provide that service to those documented workers that are doing the field work. So we're taking that work to them. And we do have a monitor that we're hiring as well that will oversee them and ensure that those services are truly being performed out in the field. The Work Opportunity Tax Credit is a credit to an employer for hiring veterans, low-income individuals, migrant workers, anyone that is a special population justice involved. If an employer brings them on and employs them, the state of Tennessee, we have money that will give the employer a benefit back, a tax benefit back for hiring, and it just depends on the level or the degree of the if veterans. If you hire a veteran, it's a little bit more than hiring some other class of individual, but we want to give them incentives to hire these special populations of individuals. So we do operate out of a tax credit type of situation there, but it's a little difficult of a program to try to understand, but we do have representatives that can come out and go through the program opportunities with an employer so they can get the best benefit possible. Federal bonding, again, it's a benefit to your employer. If you are, it actually benefits the employer as well as the job seeker, because it's a selling point. If you're justice involved and you are bonded, you have a federal bond, that's Mr. Employer, I can save you some money, bring you some money to the table, but it's also, like I said, it's a benefit if that employer, it protects them. It's just a protection piece for the employer. SNAP Employment and Training, we are partnered with the Department of Human Services, the food stamp SNAP program. Our section over labor, what we do from an employment and training piece is that once that SNAP participant is eligible and they're interested in going through an employment and training piece, they are referred over to us, and we'll put them through a training certification type of process, and again, to upskill certificates or anything, like I said, that is going to better them in the job market. That's what the employment and training piece is for the SNAP participants. So we are, DHS is the benefactor from the federal government, but we are partnered with them as a contractor. The Tennessee Office of Reentry, that is fairly new, 2 years in, I think, for the Office of Reentry. There was a need. Second chance. As we know, Governor Lee, he is really focused on reducing the recidivism rate. So this was an opportunity for us to bring this particular program on board and we actually are working with the county jails, the sheriff departments, Department of Corrections, and we're trying to reach these individuals that will be released back into society to help train them, give them the same opportunities that are afforded in the brick and mortar American Job Centers, apprenticeship programs, getting them, like I said, the education and the certificates that are needing to be productive citizens, getting back into the workforce. H-2A, H-2B programs, similar to what we do with the migrant seasonal farm workers, but again, these are documented workers, and these are programs where the federal government requires that the farmers or their agents post their job openings for these jobs on their farms. They have to be posted on our website and offered to domestic workers first before it's opened up to the migrant workers to come in. So that's exactly what these H-2A and H-2B programs do. What we also do with that program, we call it our foreign labor certificate program. But what we do is we also have a team that will go out and inspect those locations where the housing units, the beds have to be so far apart, so far off the ground, so many bathrooms availability depending on the number of workers that they're housing. So we do inspections of the housing. We work alongside of the farmers to ensure that, you know, all rights are protected in that environment. So it's a two-piece to that. Not only are the job orders, but we also inspect the housing quarters. YEP, that was housed from our other federal program for our youth. That was we love acronyms over on our Department of Labor. YEP is the Youth Employment Program. We received some special funding from the governor, and we worked that program. It started out sort of like a summer youth, but we've just dropped the summer. We want to be able to put youth to work ages 14 to 24 year-round instead of just during the summer. We've had, right now, I think the number that we just finished up with is over 4,000 youth were able to, across the state, were able to get in and get their jobs. Some of them are going to be kept as interns, which is the year-round piece, but they were able to make up to $16 an hour, which was, at my age, when I was 16, I know I would have loved in making $16 an hour. But
Let me just say, we really appreciate all these activities, but we're most interested in the youth programs and the agency connections, so.
yes, and we're hoping to expand it because, like I said, it's not just bringing them in and getting them jobs, but it's also, you know, the internships. We relied on employers to bring them in, especially if it's an area of interest for that youth, and an employer bring them in, and that could be an internship, a paid internship. So definitely, I think this has been very helpful and beneficial. It just wasn't a job where you put them at a restaurant or something. They're actually gaining a skill set. So this was our first full year of being able to operate the YEP program, and Commissioner Thomas was very pleased at the work that we did and helping as many youth as we could possibly try to help, like I said, get into the workforce, but earning and gaining skill sets as well. So we're proud of that, and hopefully next year we'll get even more money. We can be hopeful. We'd love to expand it. Consolidated business grants, those are fundings that are at risk of being returned to the federal government. That is one of the biggest things we do not like to do, is return money. So we put those out through our 9 local workforce development boards we have across the state to offer those benefits and incentives to employers to use instead of sending the money back to the federal government, and they're training their current employees. So if you want to, any questions so far on anything I've gone over?
So just focus on what we can do to help in the areas that we
Yes.
can help, so.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, again, you know, is a lot of our work is employer-led, but, you know, education is always, needs to be, we have to continue to, as you all know, to educate and train our youth to be productive citizens as well. So that is definitely our focus. Some of the things that we do in our American Job Centers, we have partners. The AJC is made up of partnerships. That could be training partners, that could be your community partners, but they all have a benefit and they contribute to that network of partnership. So where we may have someone come into the American Job Center, they're looking for a job. They really don't know what they want to be when they grow up. So we have you know, we have practices that we could help them walk through the process of trying to identify what they want to do. Is it training that you need? Is it school? Is it just you need a job, and match you up with that? So we, our Wagner-Pizer staff, our state staff, are the first to see these individuals, assess them, have conversations of where, and try to find where we need to make a referral to. Do they have their high school diplomas? We work with adult ed on that. So it's just really that initial assessment that we do will enable us to lead them down the right path where we think that they need to go. But we also, like I said, we work with employers that have job openings. They post their jobs on our Jobs for TN job website. And we really, like I said, we try to assess that individual to see if they're ready for work or do you need some training, resume help, interview assistance, but it's all about putting people to work and getting all the needs met. That's our biggest goal. But working with businesses, that is a little bit separate a unit in my workforce division, but they actually work with employers to get those needs and we match those up with the employer. The American Job Center, again, we have resource rooms that we are offering that have laptops and computers for individuals coming in needing to fill out an application for another job. Put your Jobs for TN application in so we can connect you with employers. But again, we have partners that can give them the federal monies to offer them trainings and things like that. And we always, when we're always wanting the safety pieces up there, because safety, workplace regulations, and TOSHA and OSHA is part of what we do as well. Sorry, Ryan.
Oh, you're.
But Ryan's going to provide, I know I can get a little chatty here.
Oh, you're fine.
But Ryan's going to share some connectivity with our agencies together with this longitude data.
Thank you. And so I know you wanted us to focus on, how could we help you in our, what information we have at the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce, and explain a little bit on the longitudinal data system. So one of the major benefits that we have in the Tennessee Department of Labor is we have wage records, right? So when you think of, educating, someone, what do you want to know? Did that help them? Did that lead to them getting a job? So that's one of probably the primary sources of good information that we have is we collect it through our tax division. All employers that have employees that are not exempt or whatever are required to submit that on a quarterly basis. So we feel that is a good source for trying to answer some of the high-level questions. So I want to speak a little bit about the P20 Connect system and the longitudinal data system. So you can kind of think of it that each department has very critical information that they collect. Used to be in silos, right? Like we would have all this information over at Tennessee Department of Labor, but due to privacy concerns, there was a resistance to share in a lot of cases. So they created the P20 Data Connect system. It's actually administered through the Finance and Administration Department, but each department identifies what information can be shared between departments and then pushes it up. It's kind of like a hub and spoke type model, pushes it up, and then it can be connected through other departments' data. So some ideas of how this could possibly be used. Look at centralizes student data from preschool all the way to career stages, right? It utilizes a common data standard. We're required to give a data dictionary, what these things mean. A lot of times in each department, you might call it something different. So that data dictionary helps that person on the other end that's trying to connect the data to understand and make sure he's connected on the right sources. Allows for detailed analysis and prediction of individual performance. Tennessee Data Analytics for transparency and accountability. TN Data, which I spoke about, is a statewide initiative which aims to improve state services and programs through data sharing and analytics. So you can see there, I won't go through each one, but you can see the departments that are currently participating in that initiative. And we want to see this grow more and more. Right now, it's kind of, they're building the environment, and a lot of departments are providing information, but we want to see more utilization of this system.
Don't run off that slide. I would like to see State Board of Education on there. And one reason our mission is to prepare students for post-secondary success. And like you say, there's been silos in the past. There's been K through 12. There's higher ed. There's workforce. And one thing that we're trying to do, I know members of this board are focusing on, is education to workforce. How can we bring industry into education, and how can we take education to meet industry's needs so we can grow this state? Yeah. So it's really, really important. I'd like to see the state board as part of this.
Yes.
If I may, I'll jump in to save you on that one for a minute, because I know it's not your decision who's involved. I mean, this has been a complicated conversation for a number of years, and it's tied up in the statutory sort of, I think, impetus for this P20. And Christy, you may know more, because there has been more conversation over the last couple of years about how do we make this data in the P20 system, as Russ Deaton famously calls it, the Ferrari in the garage, something like that, so that we can use it to make policy decisions. And it would be great for our board to be able to use that, and for educators to use that more often as we start to really connect the dots across education to workforce. The wage earning. For years we were able to say, a Tennessean who graduates with just a high school diploma, no post-secondary education or certificate, makes what, $13,000. I don't even know what the recent data point is there, because it's hard to get the data. But I think that's really valuable, and that really starts conversations and helps move practice when you can say, this is the outcome data that we're talking about, and the implications of not educating these students fully to their potential. Sorry, that was a
Yes.
long answer, but
Oh.
I'm with you, Bob.
Yeah, good points. And I want to talk a little bit more about other data that we do. We operate some of the Bureau of Labor Statistics programs. We have a rich area of labor market information. So we gather data on market trends, demographics, employer needs. We have adult education in our department. We have supply and demand analytics. And I won't go through each one of these, but talking back to the workforce programs that Jaylene administers, this is just we do the performance reporting. So just on average, we serve around 500,000 participants on our labor exchange system that's used in the system. And then we have approximately 50,000 that come into the AJCs and receive service, and about 8 to 10,000 that are actually trained through some of our workforce services programs. And we currently have 216,000 job openings in the state right now in our labor exchange system. So I want to talk a little bit. I would highly encourage you, being the assistant commissioner of the wire division, I would a plug here for some of the dashboards that we've developed. If you go to our website, and these are all, I believe, in the PowerPoint that was shared, but if you go to these links, we've got various links. We do a lot of information, like we've created a labor force participation dashboard, tons of dashboards on unemployment insurance, commuting patterns, that sort of thing. And then there's also two big piloted efforts where we've worked with P20 Data Connect and then also TBR. That was an outside the P20 system that we just created an MOU with TBR, and they used our wage records to create some pretty neat dashboards. So, and I'm now going to turn it over to Martha Wetterman. Sorry, this thing is tricky. All right, there you go. I'll just do it then. Oh.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about some of the specific tools that we use to analyze labor market information on the employment and industry side. So I'll just mention first, jobsfortn.gov has a section on area, occupation, and industry profiles. So if you want to look at a specific area in the state, a labor force, local workforce development area or county, there's a lot of information specifically for that geographic area. And if you want to look at an occupation, any of the occupations in the state, or compare a couple occupations to each other, check the occupational profiles. And then we also have industry profiles to look at all the information available on an industry or comparing industries. The next, and I just wanted to mention also, there's extensive job listings on the Jobs for TN website. And this is where employers also look for resumes of job seekers. So we hope that high school graduates can start putting their resumes on there. I mean, some of them won't have a lot to say other than I graduated from high school, but they may have had some work-based learning and special skills that they have. So it would be great if they would start putting their resumes in the system, and then, because employers increasingly are looking to connect with high school students, that you probably are aware of. So if they can get their information out there, it might help them get jobs a little quicker. So here are some of the products that we have available. Tennessee's economy. This is an annual report containing information on the year's economic trends, on emerging industries and occupations, on occupational shortages, and the number of individuals in local workforce areas with significant barriers to employment that our programs are addressing. So you saw all the programs that are carried out in the department. So we have to come up with some numbers. How many people are in these different categories that need to be served? So that's also included in that report. Now, we do have a monthly newsletter called the Labor Market Newsletter, and that has what's happening with industry trends month to month. So if you want to have the latest information on that, let me know afterwards, and we can put you on the mailing list or email us as well. But that'll come out monthly. Then there are two dashboards here. Two additional products I'm going to talk about in the next several slides. So this is our academic supply for occupational demand report, the 2022 version. It comes out around March 1st. And it was, our collaboration is between 4 departments: higher education, economic and community development, our department, and also the Department of Education. So there was a law passed in 2021 to help us all work together on this report. And it identifies in-demand occupations and also aligned academic programs. So we're looking at all the alignment of the demand and the supply programs in Tennessee. We want to come up with measures of occupational demand. We use real-time data such as current job openings, as well as our data from our statistical programs. And the P20 program is very important for this. That's where the programs are run to compare the student data with the industry data and the employment data. So we're looking at identifying supply shortages and skill gaps, and also looking at the wages that people are earning in Tennessee. So it's outcome-based report. Okay. So we have 15 career clusters that are covered in the report. Actually, we combined 2 of them. So we translate things into career clusters because I think it's a little easier for the education system to understand. It's not the way we look at all our occupation data, but we have these 15 or 14 different sections in the report specifically addressing supply and demand. And there are some changes coming up in the clusters. The Department of Education is working with a National Advanced CTE, which has made some changes, and the Department of Education has already made some changes to go along with this. For instance, there's a new energy cluster that we haven't had before. The engineering and STEM is moving into, a lot of it's going to go into manufacturing, but the STEM occupations are going to be out throughout the clusters, and then healthcare and human services are going to be combined. So we're going to work on making those changes in our next publication. So the department is on top of all these changes as they're being done at the national level. Okay. So this is one of the pages on our health sciences occupations in that cluster. And it's just an example of one of the pages on the demand occupations. So you can see here we have the occupational code and name of the occupation. And then the next columns show how many regions currently have that occupation in demand. So we can see, for instance, the diagnostic medical sonographers, 6 LWDAs have shortages in that particular occupation. Then we have wage data from our Occupational Employment and Wages Survey for the state for entry-level data, that's shown there, as well as the typical education for that occupation. So, there will be 14 different cluster analyses of the demand occupations in the state. Okay. So then we're going to look at the flip side, look at the supply and what the current programs are for occupations in the health sciences. And this is just one page in that particular area. So these are programs that are aligned with the demand occupations, the name of the program, the educational award level, how many graduates, the percent who are employed in Tennessee, because we don't have data on people that are employed in other states right now. And then their estimated first-year annual wages that they're earning in Tennessee in those occupations. So you can see, for instance, for the pharmacy technicians. You have a less than 1 year program and you have a 1 to 2 year program. The 2-year program is larger. About a third of these individuals who graduate are working in the state, and the 1 to 2 year program pays a little bit more. So it's a good
Is
opportunity
this
for us
an
to compare.
anomaly, looking at dental hygienists, that the ones who have the AA in dental hygiene versus the BA in dental hygiene actually start at a higher starting salary than having a Bachelor of Arts? Is that, seems kind of strange.
You'll see that sometimes, you know. But as I said, this is Tennessee employment data only, so it could be that some of those other individuals leave the state. But there are some areas where someone with a low, a degree level that takes less time than another will have higher wages.
It's interesting.
Particularly with some of the, like the engineering technicians in that area. And it depends on the individuals to some extent too, but yeah, there are some businesses like that. So then, as a result of doing this analysis, we have some unmet needs in the state by career clusters. So you can see here's 5 of the clusters, some of the areas that need some, perhaps some additional workers. In health sciences, you know, usually we'll have registered nurses, but also the MRI technicians, medical lab people, physical therapists, and business statistics is also important, as well as public policy specialists. We actually have a shortage of public policy specialists in the state. So that's 5 clusters, and then there's a few more on the next slide. In information technology, we're really looking for people in medical informatics as well as IT security. Teaching, we don't have as much information on because we don't have a central database of teacher vacancies. And that's one thing we really need, is to have the Department of Education collect more information from all the districts on how many vacancies there are. And that would help us to have a better idea of how many additional teachers are needed. But at this point, we don't have that. Okay. So here's just a couple more comments on tools. This is our program providers for demand occupations dashboard. You can pick a particular region in the state, and then all the in-demand occupations are listed there. So if you want a list of in-demand occupations related to our supply and demand publication, you can get them here by the local workforce development area. And I've selected here electricians, and so it gives you all the programs by county that provide training for electricians. And this particular occupation has a lot of apprenticeship programs. They'll show up here. If there are programs at the high school level, they'll show up here as well. So it goes down to the county, down to the career and technical education, apprenticeship, and all the post-secondary programs. And then the part you can't see is the type of program and the number of completers for those particular programs are also listed on the dashboard. So if we need to expand some of the occupational training, we can find what providers are currently out there and how many people they're training. We need to go back one.
There you go.
Okay, just briefly, I want to talk about collaborations between our department and other departments. We have worked with the Department of Education for many years, developing supply data. We get information on the number of career and technical education completers. So we want to incorporate that in our supply, those occupations and programs where people are going to enter directly into the workforce. We always have been including the high school students. So in 2024, we gave a lot of information on occupational wages and projections to the Department of Education for use in the TISA program to create career and technical education program tiers. So if you have higher demand and higher wages for particular occupations, those programs will receive slightly higher education funding from TDOE. And another collaboration we have is the Credentials of Quality Workshop. And we have a large group of stakeholders that are involved in that, educators at all levels, including higher education, teachers, private career academy, persons, people from Wired, chambers of commerce, and employers. And the purpose of this is to identify credentials which are pathways to a greater opportunity, which meet several of the criteria on the next slide. And so the tendency score, we've had 7 meetings so far, and we hope to have a report sometime this year on how we're going to come up with identifying these credentials. Another area is the environmental area, Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, getting a lot of federal grants, and they need to have the workers in place to be able to accomplish these projects. So we are on several advisory committees with them to talk about how to do workforce development, and they hope to do some apprenticeship programs and some other programs. Also, there's a group working primarily out of Oak Ridge on the nuclear workforce related to clean energy. And then the last thing is, if you want to go to this particular dashboard from the Tennessee Board of Regents, which has outcome data for individuals at the TCATs and community colleges, I think up to 10 years after they graduate. That would be a great dashboard to start looking at. And they also have demographic information on people that complete the programs. And the last thing is just the credentials of quality, what some of the variables are that we're looking at to finalize that analysis. We're looking at programs that provide at least a minimum income, and then other tiers to go up to livable wage levels. Trying to look at the earnings 5 years after graduation, what the long-term outlook is in terms of growth rate and demand. Trying to define stackability, which I think the higher education THEC will be helping us with. And then we'll also have some occupations that are very valuable to society but are paid almost nothing, like daycare teachers and those who care for the elderly care workers. How can we bring them into the credentials of quality mix when the wages are low? So we need to have some comments on that as well and how they can be supported. But so as I mentioned, hopefully there'll be a result in terms of an initial report sometime this summer. And then if you have any additional questions, that is our email.
We appreciate the time today. If you have any questions for us, we'll be glad to take those. And if we don't have the answer, we can get back with you.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? Go ahead, Mr. Jensen.
Larry, thank y'all for your work and what you're doing. I just want to underscore what you said, and you said to them and to THEC and to everybody. Here's what I struggle with in this. You mentioned 37% non-participants. Well, you really mentioned it as 63% participating, but that's 37%. I don't know what the number is, but I do know that we've got 600,000 working age adults that need a high school degree just simply to apply for a job. I think there's another issue that I have been tracking ACT scores in metro areas, and particularly Nashville and Memphis. And I would say if you did a bell curve, the top of it would be 15 to 17. Now, you got some 20s, and there's some in 13s. And I'm going to suggest to all of us, we've got to figure out a way to address, if I've got, we have 970,000 students in K through 12. So I'm going to guess there are 300,000 in the metro areas that are scoring 15 to 17. And we live in a state that has massive opportunity. You've just shown us that. And I think, and some of you are old enough to remember Vince Lombardi. I think his quote was that luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Actually, it was Seneca that said it, but we'll let Vince have it. But the point is that we've got to figure out a way to get preparation as a priority across all the TDOT, TDOE, TD whatever. Because otherwise we're failing a lot of our children. And it's heartbreaking, and it just seems like we've got to figure out how we get everybody in the room. And frankly, we're doing better. I've been around here for a while, and we're doing better. We really are. But, better's not good enough in this, because we got so many of our children who are not prepared for those opportunities up there. They're simply not prepared. Well, I ask, what are you going to do with a 15 to a 17 on an ACT? And I know educators, you can't use ACT. Okay, fine. I'm sure there's another measure, but it's indicative to me of where we are. And it just seems like that we've got to figure out as leaders in this state how we bring this issue together so that we're not siloed and that we are really thinking about, and this is not, it's across the state, and I'm sure if I got into rural Tennessee, I know in Waverly County, there's probably 25% of the kids there that are in this same category. Now, that's 1,000. And I just ask us to think about this together, and I really appreciate your willingness and with THEC and everybody else to sit somehow and really think about, this is not statistical, it's not numbers, these are people. And I just, we're working with TCATs and we're doing dual enrollment and we're making progress, but we need to somehow put the pedal down and really get going so that we're not losing another 150,000 children. So, enough said.
Well said, Mr. Jensen. Dr. Morrison.
Well, I just want to say amen. Thank you for preaching, because thank you for bringing the big picture to us, Mr. Jensen. I think that is exactly what we're all about. And it just reminds me of why the conversation we were having earlier today around early literacy is so important. I will harp on this. Like I said, I have a kindergartner now, so I'm seeing it from the parent perspective. And it is just like, we have to focus in those early grades and get those kids ready, because they're never going to do better than a 15 if we haven't started early to prepare them. And we're going to hear in just a minute from Lincoln County on the advising practices, which again, I think are a big part of this too, starting in high school, thinking about career selection and course selection and aptitudes and interests and economic viability, opportunity. All of that has to come together in a way that a child can see a path and have hope for that future. So I just want to say thank you.
And why do we want to do it in Tennessee? Tennessee is one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing states in the country. And if we're going to continue this economic growth, we've got to have the workforce that's going to meet that growth. I attended the Nuclear Opportunities Workshop in Knoxville 2 weeks ago, and last week one in Vanderbilt. And I know Governor Lee has said that he wants Tennessee to be the #1 nuclear state in the country, as because of the clean energy, et cetera. Well, if we're going to do that, we've got to have an educated workforce to meet those needs. Ms. Harpool just told me that Roane State just got approved by THEC today, their nuclear technology program. Excellent, thank you. But those are the kind of things we got to do. And as Dr. Morrison and Mr. Jensen says, we can't work in a silo. It is P20. It's preschool into the workforce. How do we get industry and education working together collaboratively? And thank you for what you're doing. Mr. Mullenhour.
I want to preface these comments with a couple things. One, great job presenting. You were sitting on a mound of information that you were trying to synthesize, and I respect that. And I'm also, this is me speaking as an individual, not on behalf of the board. The commissioner of your agency and your entire team, you really carry a very important role in this state, because rightly or wrongly, people look at the data that you're presenting as sources of truth and insight. And it's a huge opportunity, both for good and for bad. And I'm not directing this comment at any of you, of course. I dug really deep into the data that was provided during the TISA formulation and basically pressure tested it. And candidly, what I found was half of it was kind of garbage. And it had to do with the way the data had been collected. It had to do with the process by which it was analyzed. And my concern, and I guess my caution to each of you would be, there are legislators, there are people, I'm sure, in agencies all across the state who rely on the information that you provide. And if you get it wrong, it can lead to some real bad outcomes. And I was a little frustrated with what I found, and ended up calling the people who were, in fact, the people who sourced the data from the very beginning, just to make sure I got to the very bottom of it. And what it really emphasized to me is people like us who are sitting here relying on the reports that you provide, and as you were talking, I was spending more time on your website, and there's some great tools and some great software, but I would just say, like, you have such an important role. And if you don't do your job well, it's going to cost jobs, it's going to cost lives, it's going to cost opportunity. And I would challenge you to really pressure test your own team to make sure that the information that you're providing is in fact accurate. And to use the example that our chairman kind of brought to the surface about why would some people who have more degrees behind their name or a higher level of degree make less. That's a perfect example of a small sample size that's viewed across an entire state that you could read on its face and say, well, that doesn't make any sense, or what why could that be, without really pressure testing again where that data came from, and maybe even regionally or sub-regionally, why it might actually be telling us that, hey, you know what, actually, the higher degree does result in higher income. It's just that we're not looking at it cross-sectionally, within certain market areas. Like there's examples like that where people like us are going to look at the information, and it would be very easy for us to come to very wrong conclusions. And I'm fairly concerned that you're dealing with so much data that's coming from so many different departments that it's not being done well. I'll just be very candid. I am very skeptical of the types of reports that those kinds of systems can generate unless somebody in the system, somebody on your team, really knows what they're doing. So again, not a challenge to any of you, but I think boards like ours and others would do really well to really ask the tough questions to get to the very bottom of what these reports are supposedly indicating, just to make sure that they're accurate. Because we don't want to make decisions based on garbage input that costs lives, or that costs jobs, or that costs opportunity for people who are just trying to do their best in the state of Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenhour.
I'd just like to say that, we're glad to answer any questions that you have. And this report had data at the state level, and we do have data for the local areas as well, so we can always look at that data if you have any questions. I think the TISA process was a unique, it was a unique process in terms of some of the steps that they took to compare occupations and training programs. We gave what input we could, but it was the first year that they did it, and I think, we need to continue to look at the process that they use in terms of comparing occupations and industries, and look at the numbers, that people have questions about. So we're always glad, the Bureau of Labor Statistics changes codes, the occupations, and codes change for training programs as well. We've had to update a lot of those things. So again, if you have any questions about any of the data, please let us know, and we'll take a look at it. We welcome input and review of any of it.
Vice Chair Cobbins.
Thank you all for your work. Just to inform the board a little bit, Martha Wetterman and I served for the past 6 months on the working group that SCORE pulled together around quality credentials. And of course, data has been sort of at the center of that entire conversation, and how we take that information and inform K through 12, higher ed, and industry. And that working group had roughly 20 or so members from across that entire spectrum. And so I think, to Mr. Jensen's question about the ACT scores and how we address that challenge, everything's centered around pathways towards credentials that ultimately provide for a higher standard of living and income for Tennessee residents. And so the key question, I believe, is where does the journey on the path begin? Because once you are at the ACT level, you really need to be further upstream. And so as we look at, sort of the educational process and how we work into it, these pathways towards opportunity, I think we need to have some additional conversation about where does that begin and how soon do we begin that process, because it has impacts on ACT scores when we think about where we have to light the spark. Where does the passion and interest and vision that a child and their family has for their life and livelihood, where does that begin? And so that report should be coming out, I think, what did they say, October, November or so? So we'll make sure that the board has as much information on that as possible, because those types of pathways, I think, lead to ultimately answer those questions where we can change that before we get to the high school level and we have to deal with those issues.
Other comments or questions? Again, thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you're doing, and let's work together. We'll take a break. It's 2:40. Let's get back at 2:55 promptly. 2 minutes till we start. Okay, next we have Best Practices in Student Advising, Amy Clemens and Risa Brown from Lincoln County Schools.
Actually,
Did I get it wrong? Current
you
priorities in post-secondary,
There you
Victoria
go.
Harpool. Thank you, I'm sorry.
No, who you really want to hear from are these ladies. So, good afternoon. As many of you know, my name is Victoria Harpool. I serve as THEC Senior Director for Strategic Engagement. Sarah is joining me, who heads our Advise Tennessee program and works with advisors around the state, including representatives from Lincoln County. That's who you really want to hear from. So I've got a few higher ed updates, and then I'll turn things over to them. We know that K-12 and higher ed are inherently linked, and I'm always struck by the alignment between our two master plans. That's the slide. Knowing how transformative education is. At the Higher Education Commission, we have been under the leadership of Dr. Stephen Gentile for almost a year now, and so we're thinking about our master plan that will take us into 2025, which is where we're this next year, into the next decade and beyond. We're charged in statute with outlining a master plan for higher education. Major tenets of our current master plan center around higher education attainment. While that attainment goal is always at the forefront of our minds, we're currently thinking about how our master plan will go beyond. Our mission is to build stronger higher education landscape that provides opportunities for all individuals to pursue a high-quality education and high-value credentials. THEC is committed to expanding educational access and success for all students by cultivating seamless alignment between all Tennessee institutions, honoring state and student investments in education, and driving Tennessee students, institutions, and communities toward a thriving future. One of the reports that THEC produces that's of particular interest to you all is the College Going Rate Report, which is produced each year by our research and strategy team headed by Paige Elliott in collaboration with the Department of Education. Due to our meeting today, you get me instead of Paige to give you this update. So I can't take credit for the work. And also, if you dig too far down into the weeds, I'm going to have to phone a friend and get back with you after speaking with Paige. But before we dig into the data, I want to take a moment to ensure we're all on the same page about what's contained in the college going rate, or CGR, what it measures. It's a measure of the proportion of graduates in each public high school cohort that seamlessly enrolls in post-secondary education in the summer or fall following high school graduation. So we say the class of 2023, we mean public high school students who graduated in 2023 with a regular diploma who enrolled in college in the summer or fall of 2023. This begins with data on the public high school graduates provided by TDOE through the state's longitudinal data system, P20 Connect. We end up with a list of all students counted by TDOE in the public high school graduating cohort, again, that regular diploma from July 1 through June 30 of the subsequent year. Students who graduate more than a year early or students who earn an alternative academic diploma are not in this calculation. These data are then matched from the THEC Student Information System, which contains enrollment data from our public universities, community colleges, and colleges of applied technology, TCATs. We also use National Steering Clearinghouse Student Tracker to match graduates to college enrollment in out-of-state and private institutions. Finally, once that data are matched, we calculate our college going rate. And I actually have some good news. On the slide, you see the college going rate for Tennessee over a longitudinal look. The CGR increased by 2.4 percentage points to 56.7 for the class of 2023. While this may seem like a small change, it's a really hard number to move, thus the dedicated professionals you see here with me. And it represents a very real impact on students, families, and communities. This year's statewide increase in college going rate is the largest since the implementation of Tennessee Promise. So the big takeaway here is college going rate is up, and it is up across all subgroups. Here we see the college going rate across Tennessee's 95 counties. The number in the county represents the class of 2023 college going rate percentage, where counties in the higher rate are shaded darker blue and counties with a lower rate are in the lighter shades. Here's where the story gets more nuanced. 65 of Tennessee's 95 counties have a college going rate below the state rate, and there's significant ranges in CGRs from around 39% to over 80%. The map demonstrates that college-going behaviors are as diverse as Tennesseans, and local context matters. Importantly, 74 of the state's counties saw positive changes in the college-going rate for 2023. Just as college-going rate varies by county, post-secondary enrollment varies across gender, race, and ethnicity. Shown here, you see the college-going rate for male students in bright blue compared to college-going rate for females. Females have consistently higher college-going rates than their male counterparts. Despite an important 1.6 percentage point increase in the male college-going rate for 2023, female college-going rates still outpaced, growing 3.3 percentage points. Again, whilst all student groups across the state saw growth, increases were not distributed equally. On the graph, the other represents American Indian or Native Alaskan, Asian, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and multiracial students. As you can see, the college-going rates for Black or African American students, shown in the gray line, increased by 1.6 percentage points over the last year, while the college-going rate for white students increased by 3.2 percentage points. This widened the gap between white and Black students to 13.4% and is something that we absolutely need to take a look at and address as a state. I'm going to skip that slide. Some new analysis that we have in the report this year is a look at the college-going rate for students who are economically disadvantaged compared to those who are not, and we call that ED. The ED distinction includes students who are in foster care, homeless, migrant, or runaway students, or students that have been certified by the Department of Human Services as participants in federal, state, or income and nutrition programs, namely the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, and the Supplemental Assistance Program, SNAP. We're pleased to see that while the gaps between economically disadvantaged and non-ED students persist, there is some movement in closing that gap. We could talk a long time about where high school graduates enroll once they enter once they enter post-secondary. I narrowed in here on where the vast majority of students go, and that is into public post-secondary institutions in Tennessee, is where 75% of students that enroll go. About 85% stay within Tennessee. I point out that middle kind of light blue bar there is actually the seamless enrollment into our colleges of applied technology. I think with the changes that we're seeing from a policy level and that is filtering down into the schools about dual enrollment at TCATs, I think we're going to see that number increase, which I think is something that's a really positive step to be far more inclusive of who we think about participates in both dual enrollment and seamlessly enrolls. Other thing to show you, speaking of dual enrollment, is that dual enrollment is increasing. A larger percentage of students participated in dual enrollment from the class of 2022-2023 than the prior year. The way that this is tracked here is through the dual enrollment grant. Now, not every student that participates in dual enrollment uses the dual enrollment grant, so there are more students that have participated, we know, than what shows up here. We know that from working with our partners in the post-secondary institutions, but these are the 41,000 students that used the dual enrollment grant. Again, you see that jump in TCAT dual enrollment, which we're really glad to see and are really interested in following the success of those students. So that's some research that we'll be doing as we see this great expansion. Now the correlation between the students that participate in dual enrollment right here is a correlation. So it's a greater chance, you're almost up to 70% chance of enrolling in college if you've participated in dual enrollment. Just correlational right here. The National Institution of Education Sciences, along with some of the most rigorous academic analysis, has showed that not only is there a correlation between those who engage in dual enrollment, there's actually some causation there, that students who participate in dual enrollment are actually more likely to go. We can change trajectory for students that are engaging in dual enrollment. The last piece for me is kind of an info item, in that a lot of the information that we talk about in post-secondary and sort of that rounds out what your counties look like that you all are from and represent are included in some of these higher education county profiles. Imagine I picked Lincoln to put up there, but some kind of context around that we try to provide these data points around college going with what's going on in the county and how does that compare to Tennessee as a whole. Because as we talked about earlier, it can be vastly different in your county versus your region versus the state as a whole. And so trying to provide some context around that. Everything from where are students most likely to enroll, the amount of services they've received from groups like Advise TN with Path to College events. And then also you can see up there in state aid for post-secondary, so that could be adults, it could be recent high school graduates, or even high school students in dual enrollment. You had almost $2.2 or $2.1 million that went to students in or from Lincoln County in the last fiscal year. So getting an idea of where that state aid is going and how it's being spread around the state, you can get some pretty interesting information from the county profiles.
All right, thank you all for having us here. We're really excited to be here to share about Advise TN and what we are doing in our schools.
Wait a minute, before you jump to that.
I knew I wasn't getting it.
I tried to get them on there earlier, and you wouldn't let me do that. So now we're going to ask you some questions. First, I think Mr. James has a couple of comments that he wants to make.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity, and if this was tomorrow, I certainly never would have said anything. I've been very honored to be able to serve on the Higher Education Commission along with Sarah, kind of tag teaming and going back and forth on that. Would you back up a couple of slides there? Yeah, when we take a look at dual enrollment increasing, I think it's essential for members of this board to think about how important this program is, because all of you to a person are thinking about how is it that we create the public policy environment, the rule environment that gets children to self-sustaining, responsible living, and with dual enrollment, especially at these TCATs, not draining rural Tennessee and making it so that everybody has to go to Nashville or everybody has to go to Knoxville or Memphis. These numbers are really extraordinary. I suggest that the more that dual enrollment is thought about as the norm that everyone is going to do when they go to high school, the better so many of the different indicators in this state will look. It is a program that has tremendous efficacy, and the opportunity to work with the Higher Education Commission on this and to spread the word from district to district is something I'm eternally grateful to my boss, Dr. Morrison, for allowing me to work with the Higher Education Commission as much as we do. But when you're thinking about what happens after graduation, well, if graduation also comes with that TCAT credential, if it comes with a year behind you on your way to your associate's degree or your bachelor's degree, so many things have happened in these last few years to make that the norm. And sometimes we need to pause and look at what's working well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Jensen.
With that, that jumps out at me off the page when you have a 10,000 student increase in 1 year.
Yes.
And so, it'd be interesting to have a better understanding, because look at your numbers back there, it kind of, and then all of a sudden you have this just dramatic leap. It would be very interesting to get a little more information about that. And maybe you're going to do that. But I would say to this that, going back to my ACT scores, there's one high school in Memphis, East High School, and they're in the middle of the city, and their ACT's like 21 or 22. But they have a dual enrollment program with the University of Memphis that's been going on for 5 or 6 or 7 years now. And I would attribute a lot of that. And the other thing that we got to bear in mind on this, on the CTE, we've got to talk to the parents, because parents were told for years, your kid has to go to college. They're second-class citizen if they don't go to college. And that kind of runs in the face of what you guys do in a way. But on the other hand, I think there's some selling or something to parents about the value of the CTE track for probably 40-50% of the kids.
Well, we've switched our terminology to post-secondary for that exact reason, is because you don't have to go to a university or college or a community. They are colleges of applied technology. They're colleges. Everybody needs some post-secondary training to have a family-sustaining opportunity here in Tennessee. So we can definitely get you some more information to unpack that jump in dual enrollment. But I think a lot of it can be attributed to what's happening on the ground, which is what you're going to hear from some of these Advise Tennessee folks that really are the ones working with the students to make that connection. But you're right, it's a jump, and it's one that we're excited about, though one we will continue to. Like I said, we do want to take a look at what's going on there and make sure that it's high quality.
And to kind of follow on with that, middle college, it would be nice to see data of how that program has grown over the last 5 years, or how it grows, because that goes back into dual enrollment, goes back into post-secondary.
We can certainly bring that to you.
Yeah.
Right now, our data is limited to those who participate using a middle college scholarship as far as what's available through the Higher Education Commission. We know that there's a middle college at Austin Peay State University that wouldn't be included in the data. So we can do a better job of picking some of those up. What we'll have automatically ready for you is the individuals that are using a middle college scholarship.
That would be good to have, but it would certainly seem like to me it would be valuable for this state to understand across the state what we have.
Absolutely. I just can't turn
Yeah.
the full picture around to you as quickly.
Ms. Brown.
There was a point too where the dual enrollment grant and dual enrollment courses were made available to 9th and 10th graders, so that may be contributing to a large increase like that.
Yes, absolutely, that is. And the increase, because you could do it at a TCAT dual enrollment. We also looked at some of the rules around the grade point average you had to keep, and we were asking high school students to keep a higher grade point average than we were asking regular college students to keep in order to continue in the grant program. So it's been a combination between the boots on the ground who are doing the work connecting with students, and us on the policy side saying, maybe it's not necessary to ask a high school student to have a higher grade point average than what would get them credit next year when they were just a regular college student.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Senator Yeager got additional courses, dual enrollment courses paid for, so it didn't cost to come out of the student's family. You have to pay for those.
Yes, the state will also pay for
Yeah, I think that
more
was maybe another
courses.
reason for a significant increase. One question I did have, pre-COVID, we were seeing a decline in post-secondary and college going rate before we had COVID. What was the reason for that?
So we think that was some of coming off of the excitement around Tennessee Promise, that we had seen such an incredible increase with Tennessee Promise that it was kind of getting back to our new normal, which was higher than it was before.
Right.
But I think we saw some of that tapering off was probably the normalizing around the excitement of Tennessee Promise.
Okay, because it seems like to me that there's something that we can learn there too. I mean, certainly COVID had an impact, but that decrease
Most certainly.
started before COVID. So.
Yes, I think what we are thinking right now is that was some leveling
Yeah.
and normalizing to our being the first tuition-free community college in the state.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Wells?
This is just a curiosity question. I think I may have asked it before, but on the college going rate, do we track military at all? Or
Not
anything?
in the college going rate, no.
Okay.
It is strictly who enrolled in a post-secondary institution. An absolutely outstanding outcome would be for a high school, would be to have students transition into the military, but not captured here. It is strictly the college going.
Okay. I was just thinking, I had friends that became nuclear engineers and
Oh.
registered nurses, and so it was just like going to college, through the military, but I just wasn't
Certainly.
sure if we tracked that.
No, just not captured here, and that's that definition for you about it being public, regular high school diploma, and then seamlessly enrolled in a post-secondary institution. I set those parameters up on purpose because there are other very noteworthy outcomes for students that are not necessarily captured there.
Mr. James?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one thing I'd also like members to remember is that during this same period of time, I mean, you as chairman of the BEP Review Committee, the BEP Committee set out a series of things that ought to happen, right? And many of those things were incorporated into the new funding formula. Many of those things happened to do with getting the bureaucracy of school out of the way of a student being able to move forward at their own pace. What else happened? You had the ERIC Commission, which was attached to this board, right? And the ERIC Commission set out a number of things to say how important are these TCATs, legislation, some of the legislation that came out of that had the colleges of applied technology to form partnerships in every county in their service area, instead of just where they were. You're talking about thousands and thousands of students whose opportunities moving forward are better. And, not for nothing, a lot of that is at least related to the work of this board. And that's something to be, pretty pleased about.
We
Thank you.
mentioned the legislature. The other thing I'll say, of course, it goes through the General Assembly, but Governor Lee has put an incredible amount of money into CTE and vocational education with the governor's investment in vocational education that provided the equipment and the teachers to be able to have these expansions. They couldn't happen with the state, the way that things, the technology, the availability really had to be increased for then the student numbers to be able to increase as well. So that uptick is also due to the availability of GIF funds.
Thank you. Okay, Lincoln County.
All right, so again, thank you all for having us here today. I'm really excited to be here and share a little bit about Advise TN and what we are doing and how we are working to create equity with those college going rates. Because as we just saw with Dr. Harpole, the college going rates are going back up, but it's still not equitable between all of our students. And so that's something that Advise TN really works to help create amongst our schools. So I'm going to provide just the broad overview of Advise TN, kind of what we do, some of our processes and metrics we work towards. Then I'm going to turn it over to Lincoln County to talk about how it actually looks in a school and how we make it work. Just clicking too fast. All right, so Advise TN, we are a college advising and capacity building program. We are the only state-funded college advising and capacity building program, so we're really proud of that. We're administered by THEC's College Access and Success Division. So we started in 2016, really kind of in alignment with the Drive to 55. We wanted to get more Tennesseans with those credentials so that they could go into the workforce and make a better wage. So when we first started in 2016, we invited any school in the state that had below the state college going rate average to apply. There was no other criteria. So what we were really looking for was where was the need and where can we create the impact. And so we had 60 schools apply in that initial application. It was a pretty competitive process. They had letters of support from their community. They had letters of support from the school system. They went through an interview process. From that, we came away with 30 schools who we felt like we could really partner with to help boost that college going rate. And that's really something that we focus on too, is that partnership aspect, and you'll hear more from Lincoln County about that. But really, when we were looking at these schools, it's where can we go in and work together? Because it's not going to work unless the whole school and community is also invested in the school. So we currently provide a full-time college advisor to 27 high schools across the states. You'll notice that number is a little lower than the initial 30. That's due a little bit to some of our high schools. They have the student population in the senior class is growing. And so when we're looking at ratios, we have a couple schools that have more advisors in the school. So for example, in Rutherford County of Laverne High School, and Jefferson County of Jefferson County High School, they have 500 to 600 seniors. And so really one advisor was not able to do really good work with that many students, the intensive type of advising that we wanted. And so we have kind of adjusted our ratios in our schools based on that. And so our advisors work with the juniors and seniors at each school to provide that one-on-one college advising. And that, I think, is what is so critical and what makes our program so successful. We are really built on that concept of it's the relationship and it's the dialogue between the advisor and the student that's going to push them forward. Because a lot of these students, we're in schools where they are below the state college going rate, which means we have a lot of first-generation students. And so it's more about first getting them to see the potential and the possibilities that are there. It may be something they're unfamiliar with. It may be conversations that they have not had before. So really building that trust and that rapport with their advisor to see what possibilities there are and what would work for them as individuals. So everything we do is really focused on that one-on-one college advising.
Hold on a second. Maybe you'll get to this at the end of your presentation, but if there were 60 schools that applied and 30 you said you could work with and 30 it sounded like you couldn't work with, did you tell them why you couldn't work with them, and are they still, because it sounds like to me that there's a need out there.
There is definitely a need. And even in addition to the 30 schools that we're not able to work with, we've also seen, for example, we're in districts like Rutherford County, where we're at Laverne High School, where there are many other high schools in the county. And so they're coming to us now like, hey, we didn't even know to apply. How do we get this program in our school? But it's just due to making sure that we have enough funding to provide the correct number of advisors for that advisor-student ratio. Yes. I'm really bad at this clicker. So if you look at across the state, we do serve both the urban areas, we serve suburban areas, and we serve rural areas. So again, like I said, the criteria was only that they had below the state college going rate average. So we are as far west as, you got your Lake County, Shelby County, and then all the way east into Greene County and everywhere in between. And this is our team of advisors. These are the people that make it happen. One other thing that I think separates us from a lot of different college access and advising organizations across the country is we take great care with our selection of our advisors. These are professionals, so this is not a near-peer program. These are people that have training and education and that really understand the ins and outs of the college-going process. It is a very complicated process. It is changing every year. We have former directors of financial aid. We have admissions representatives and leaders. We have former educators, retired principals, people that have been in the educational space, both either in higher ed or K-12, and work with students and understand how to make those connections. The other thing we really look for in our advisors is we want them to have a connection to their community because, again, we are very relational based. So we want them to be somebody who's in the community that the students and the families trust, and they're able to build that rapport because, again, you're building it with students, but you're also building it with families because the families do have a great impact on what their child decides to do after high school. So thinking about the need for this, and there was great need at the beginning of the program when it was started. There's still great need across the state to increase these college-going rates. So if the most recent statistics, if you look in 2022, 89.8% of these tennis students are graduating high school. 57.6 are going on to college. Okay, so there's that big gap. There is a large number of students that graduate high school that do not go on to college or post-secondary education, which means they are not getting some of those skills that they may need for that economic mobility. All right, they may not get those wages that are going to lead to that higher quality of living. And so from our P20 data, this just shows, based on those results, of that college equals higher income. So if you look at the high school diploma, that is a $33,000 median wage. It's a big jump just from a high school diploma to a certificate to $43,000. That's a $10,000 difference. And then it continues to jump the further along you get, the further you progress along those credentials. So that definitely is going to set the students up for success to get some type of post-secondary training. And so again, Advise TN, we're really built on this idea that we want to come into the school, we want to partner with the school, and we're really there to change the culture. And so our theory of change is based on how we approach the students and the school. So we start with that committed partnership, which they are going to discuss with Lincoln County what that looks like, but really looking at how do we come alongside our schools and work together. We cannot operate in a silo. It cannot be somebody from the state is coming in and sitting in an office and students filter in and out and they don't talk to any of the other teachers or staff in the building. So how do we work together with our schools to make this a priority? And then we pair that with the individualized advising, so using different research-based interventions, tracking the students through our data system. We have a Salesforce CRM that really helps us make sure that all students are being met. So this isn't we meet with the top 10% of the class or the bottom 10% of the class. We meet with everybody. We don't allow them to opt in, we opt them in. So whether you like it or not, you're going to meet with us. You're going to talk with us, and you're just going to have that conversation so that we can see what possibilities there might exist for you. And our thought is that will lead to the increased student outcome. So you're creating a college-going culture. It's becoming more of a norm and an expectation. So again, these are schools that may not have been the norm, that everybody goes out to college or gets some type of credential, but we want to kind of change that. So it's more common to do so than to not do so. And that's also going to help with the sustainability, because as you build a culture, that's something that's going to maintain regardless of what happens in that school going forward. So with building that college-going culture, again, our primary focus is on that one-on-one college advising for our junior and senior students. We really support the senior counselors in their work. We have wonderful senior counselors across the state, but they have a lot of responsibilities, and they have a lot of things that they have to do day to day, week to week. And so really, we are there to help them in some of these transactional processes that lead to college enrollment that they may not be able to do because of their other responsibilities. So we do a lot of collaborating, meeting with the counselors, and making sure we're all in alignment with the day-to-day and week-to-week operations. Advise TN advisors also keep the faculty and staff informed of college-going processes. So even if you think about right now, it's back to school season. So what happens at back to school season? Teachers go to in-service. So our advisors are leading in-service sessions, explaining different changes. For example, the FAFSA season, kind of like summarizing what happened with that, what to look for this year, keeping staff informed of things that their students are going to need to know so that they can enroll and be successful in college. We do a lot of collaboration with our staff. So for example, personal finance, one of their standards is the FAFSA. So let's collaborate, let's come together and talk about how we can work with the FAFSA in your class, and we can team it up so that they're hearing it from me, they're hearing it from you, and it's fully embedded in the school. What we do at the very beginning of the school year, our advisors meet one-on-one with every student, and I know Ms. Brown's going to get to this in a little bit, so I'm going to let her talk more about the emphasis on student advising needs, but we really make sure that we put every student kind of on a path based on their needs. And these are just all of the services that we offer. So one-on-one advising, career assessment, college selection, and application assistance, and the list goes on. Really just anything that's going to help them in their decision making or actually enrolling in college, we want to be there and assist with. Yeah. Is the question?
Mr. Wills.
Probably just a little bit off subject, but with all the FAFSA issues this year, what are we thinking that's going to do to the college going rate next year? Do we know? At one time, we were really worried that it was going to really impact it as much as COVID did, but I wasn't sure if we were still that worried.
So we've got the increase is including the FAFSA debacle that occurred. Though I will say we have continued to work, and Sarah can speak more to this throughout the summer with local personnel as well, getting those FAFSAs completed. So we haven't seen, they are seamlessly enrolling. What we will wonder about is persistence And if that's going to, I'm wrong, we have not gotten there yet.
Okay.
What we
Yes.
do know, if you look at completion rates, because before with the previous FAFSA, it was very easy to submit the FAFSA without it being fully completed. And so the difference there is a submitted FAFSA, the student can do their portion and fill out their demographic information and submit without the parent financial information. So it's not a complete FAFSA. A student cannot receive financial aid with only a submitted FAFSA. The completed FAFSA has the parent information, it can be processed, financial aid can be awarded. What we saw with this new FAFSA, it was a struggle, definitely at first in the beginning, a real struggle. But as the summer progressed, as the spring progressed, we saw a narrowing between the completion and submission. So as far as actual college enrollment, it'll be interesting to see what the effects are, because the FAFSA completion rate for Tennessee in 2023 was 74.1. And then in 2024, the number we just received as of August 1st is 73.9. So they are almost identical. So my hope is that we won't see as dramatic of a decrease because that completion rate is very similar. But again, we will have to wait and see.
We'll know around November is usually when we get the 14th day enrollment. So we'll see these students, as usually we mark them on the 14th day that, no, they're here, they're enrolled, they're gonna stay, at least through the semester. And we can then come back usually in around November and say what that rate will have looked like as far as who continued to enroll.
Okay. I just been hearing horror stories from friends who have kids and you know, they're gonna have to pay for it up front until it all gets figured out and things. And so it has to impact some people. I just wasn't
Absolutely.
sure. But sorry I took us off a little bit, but that just hit me when you were talking about all that. Thanks.
No, and I think that's definitely something to watch as we go through this year.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Holt.
So first of all, I'm really glad to hear about the work that Advise TN is doing. It's very important work, and I'm excited to learn about it. So I was curious if you all have coordinated with or are familiar with other like nonprofit work in this same area. Like I'm familiar with Persist Nashville that Scott Campbell founded that does this same type or similar work. And I don't know if they're just in Nashville or if they broadened outside of that. But I was wondering kind of who the others are in this space in the state that you all may be working with and sharing best practices and kind of divide, because the resources are limited and it's such a big, important project, like maybe coordinating on, you know, we're going to work on this in these schools and you work on those schools. Like, I'm just curious.
Yes,
your
and so
thoughts
what
on
we
that.
do is we do coordinate with the other college access programs. So off the top of my head, you've got like Niswonger and East Tennessee, the Ayers Foundation, and we really work to make sure that we are not in the same schools and serving the same students, but that we do collaborate on our best practices. So using this FAFSA season as an example, we had a weekly meetup with the leaders from all those organizations. What is working for your students? What is not working? How can we come together to provide support for students statewide, regardless of which school has which college access program? That's something we're looking to continue. I know, speaking directly for Advise, we're really excited because in a few months, our East Tennessee advisors will be doing a professional development day together with the Niswonger advisors. So really sharing what we are doing that's successful to make sure that all of the organizations have all of the support and resources that they can.
Do you feel like you have a good understanding of the landscape of all those organizations across the state, or is that something that could be, I don't know if there would be value
something that
in
we are
building that up?
working towards. I think it's definitely better now than it was a few years ago, and I think it's something. One of the good things I think that did come out of COVID is because there were so many virtual meetups and virtual meetings that I think it increased some of that collaboration and communication, and I think it's definitely on the right path forward.
Great. Yeah, because Persist, I don't know what their numbers are now, but my sense is that they've had a lot of success, at least with their cohorts.
Yes.
They've existed for, I think, 5-6 years now. And so just making sure that everybody's kind of working together if there's overlap or minimizing overlap on that. So.
Yes, and we do, one of our schools that we do have is Hunters Lane High School in Nashville, and I know Ms. Jordan, our advisor there, does work with Persist, especially when her students get to college and making sure that they stay enrolled. And so there are those strong partnerships both at the local level with our advisors and the organizations, and then as the organizations as a whole.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I noticed in the photograph of your advisors, there was only one male and the rest of them were females. And gender gap is a big issue on college going. So what are we doing to
We would love to have more male advisors. We currently have 2, so we're up 1.
100% growth.
Yes, I think it's similar to what you see in education, right? You see a lot more female applicants than you see male applicants. We do our best to try to make sure that, yes, there is a male equity gap as far as college going rate. So when we find those qualified male advisors that apply and want to be a part of Advise, we definitely encourage that as much as we can. We also, when we are recruiting, so when we have a vacancy, the way that it is filled is we recruit through our school. So we talk to the high school, we figure out what would a good advisor at that school look like, which I know Ms. Clemens is going to talk about in just a little bit. And then we recruit locally. So we look in the local organizations and community groups, people, like we said, that are embedded in the community, and then we try to find advisors that are going to really resonate with their students.
And since they are professional advisors, I assume they have to have like counseling degrees or something like that, or?
So actually, the requirement is only that they have a bachelor's degree. And so there is no requirement as to what it has to be in. So when the program first started, I kind of chuckled because in 2016 when we started, one of our advisors was a former park ranger, but she had worked in the educational space as a park ranger. And so that was her background and her degree. So really we kind of look at their work experience, and we look a lot about what is their philosophy as far as college going and how are you going to help those students and connect with those students. But a bachelor's degree is what we require.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So those are our services. So as far as the metrics that we measure, the first thing that we do is we measure the post-secondary planning session. So every single student, regardless of where they fall on the ACT score or the GPA, meets with their advisor. And that advisor really has an intentional conversation with that student about what their plans are after high school. And Ms. Brown will walk you through what that looks like. But that is really the cornerstone. And that first metric, we make sure they are all met with within that first 9 weeks of school, because we want to make sure from the get-go they have a plan and we know what that plan is going to be. We help them with college applications, and again, as Dr. Harpole alluded to, that doesn't mean just a 4-year or a 2-year school. Those are your TCATs, your apprenticeship programs, your internships. We help them with whatever training or tooling that they want for after high school, and we help them apply to those opportunities. We do Tennessee Promise applications, FAFSA completion, and then one other thing I think that makes us a little unique is we engage in summer melt outreach. So summer melt is the phenomenon that students say in June they're going to go to college, and then in August they do not show up on campus, so they melt away. So our advisors are 12-month employees, so over the summer Ms. Brown has been texting, calling, emailing, Zooming, meeting them in person, whatever she needs to do to make sure that those students do not encounter any obstacles that may prevent them from going to college, because they don't have the built-in supports of their teachers or the school staff that they may have throughout the year. And it can be something as simple as a little red asterisk shows up on their school portal and they don't know what that means, and they just decide they're not going to school. So our advisor really works with the student to decode what is the college asking from you and how do we do that so that you can land on campus in the fall. So really exciting. We have had a formal study of research done on Advise Tennessee. It's still in progress, so we have just finished the first year. So the research team is actually here with us today. So Dr. Taylor Odell and Isabel McMullen with the University of Wisconsin-Madison are really looking to determine if there are any significant outcomes from this program. So we have this advising model. We think it works, but does the data support that? So they are 1 year into their research, and what they've looked at so far is, does Advise Tennessee impact college enrollment? So is there a difference between schools that have the advisor and don't have the advisor? Are these students more likely to enroll? And then if they are, do those effects vary based on the student's gender and race ethnicity, or by the high school's Title I status, or where the high school is located? And then what mechanisms seem to work? So is it a number of times they meet with a student? Is it the type of advising? What is it that's most successful in our programs? So the good news is it is working. And this I think is really significant, that the college going rate at our partner schools was raised by 6% through the addition of this program. And so what that means is that is a statistically significant number increase that shows that our students are more likely to enroll in some type of post-secondary opportunity. If you're thinking about in terms of students, we've recovered roughly 1,250 students from the classes of 2017 to 2021 who otherwise likely would not have enrolled. So that's over 1,000 students who, without these extra supports and services, may have just been lost and not made it onto that next step. So to me, that I'm more about like, okay, the number of students, that means more to me sometimes than the data. I tell my team I'm an English teacher, not a math major. So that to me just really resonates, that that's a large number of students. The good news is also that AdviceTN did show significant benefits to all students across all different subgroups. The effects were especially pronounced amongst our Hispanic, female, and rural student populations. And if you think about it, lots of those subgroups are students that have not always been well served with different programs and offered those resources in the past. So it makes sense that those effects are going to be more especially pronounced amongst those students. And so if you're looking at the college enrollment, what we are looking at here is the college going rates among students at Advised Tennessee and non-advised Tennessee schools over time. So as I said, Advised Tennessee started we started in 2016, so our first class was the class of 2017. So from the years 2010 to 2016, that is our schools before Advised TN was within the school. So the dark red line on top, those are the Advised TN schools. The dotted red line below it, those are the non-advised TN comparable schools. So schools that may have applied for Tennessee or Advised Tennessee that did not receive it, or schools that are similar. And so if you look at those college going rates, they kind of flux back and forth. There's nothing significant between that relationship. But then in 2017, when Advised TN had their first class, there's that big gap. So Advised TN students were at 52.7 and 48.9. And then it continues throughout the rest of the years. And you'll see, even though the college going rate is going down, which we know during COVID it went down across the board in the state, Advised Tennessee schools still maintained that gap between the non-advised TN schools. The college going rates among students at Advised TN schools by intensity was another area that the research team looked at. So thinking about the students and how many times they met with an advisor, what was going to be the most impactful. And so amongst all students, the average college going rate with our Advised TN students is 45%, which we know is below the state college going average, but that makes sense because we started with schools that were significantly below that average. 44% was the college going rate for no advising. Little caveat there, this research was taken from the years 2019 to 2021. So while we are in the schools, we make it a point to meet with all of our students. This was COVID, so some schools were shut down. Things were virtual, not all students were accessible. And so that is, I think, why a lot of those students might have fallen into that non-advising bucket. If they only met with their advisor once, 42%, but then it starts to jump. So if they met with their advisor 2 to 4 times, you went up to 48%. And then the big jump where you see the biggest gain is if they met with their advisor at least 4 times. So if they met with their advisor 4 or more times, their college going rate is 55%, which is 10 percentage points higher, or 10% higher than the 45% of all students. And so really, that tells us that we need to make it an effort in our program that we have the ratios that we need to make sure all students are met with at least 4 times, because that is where we're seeing the most bang for our buck. And then different types of advising. So again, with COVID, we saw a lot more of the virtual advising and the calling and other types of contact. And that was not as impactful as that in-person contact, which makes sense. And that's kind of what our program was founded on, that if you have that in-person relationship with the advisor, that is what's going to make the difference. And so we have a lot of students that submitted videos, which I believe were sent out to you, so you were able to view. Since we were not able to view the videos today, I did have a statement that one of our students at Dixon County High School wrote for us that I did want to read, just talking about the impact that having an advisor makes on a student. So this is from Levi Sutherland. He was from the class of 2022 at Dixon County High School in Dixon, Tennessee. And so he wrote, "The fall of 2021 was one of the most tumultuous times of my life. I had just started my senior year of high school, and all my post-graduation hopes were coming true. I was accepted into Emerson College, which was my dream school, and received a near full ride to study writing, literature, and publishing. But in September of 2021, my father was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer, which made me rethink all of my plans. Ultimately, I decided not to attend Emerson College. Under the advice of Ms. Badon, who was his advisor, I decided to enroll in a local community college to receive my gen ed credits before transferring to a nearby 4-year university. Ms. Badon approached our meetings with so much care and understanding. Her one-on-one advising sessions were catered to my individual needs, giving me very specific advice to tackle my exact obstacles. Together, she and I devised a plan where I would receive maximal financial assistance and spend minimal time pursuing my degree. I am now entering my 3rd and final year of college. Under Ms. Badon's plan, I am able to graduate a year earlier than the expected time for English majors at Austin Peay State University. During my college career, I have only paid $500 out of pocket, mostly for textbooks and online fees. By transferring with enough credits, which I did at the suggestion of Ms. Badon, I have received scholarships that I didn't even know existed, and I am now this year being paid for my attendance, receiving around $4,000. Without this plan and the help of Ms. Badon, I honestly don't know where I would be right now. Her advice not only satisfied my collegiate desires, but also allowed me to follow my dreams while remaining close to my family during this very trying time. I am so insanely happy with my college experience, and I wouldn't change it for the world. And so I think that just speaks to the impact our advisors have on these students, whether they were initially planning to go to college or were not planning to go to college. I think that relationship and that assistance that they have in that judgment-free zone where they can bring the situation to the advisor, this is what's happening, this is what I need, and they get that support, that's where I think the difference is being made. So with that, are we pausing for questions? I'll pass it on. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Clemens and Ms. Brown from Lincoln County High School.
Thank you for having me here today, and of course Teresa as well. I'm Amy Clemens, principal at Lincoln County High School, and just a snippet about me, just so you kind of see my lens, so the information that I'm sharing with you. I was a product of Lincoln County High School, attended college, and then came back home to teach. Taught for about a decade there, and then stayed in Lincoln County, so I've got 21 years experience. So in that time frame, stepped out to do some administrative tasks. And full circle back around back to Lincoln County High School and administration, now the principal. So just so you kind of see that journey, and I have a child who is going through Lincoln County High School. So kind of looking back over the years, thinking about the college advisement that I had, we have a lot of first generation college students, college going students, and thinking about the guidance department and how that has just changed over the years, and how the counselors that we have that are available, and of course having Miss Teresa here and the others that we've had before her, and thinking about the advisement that my child and her peers are getting, and how different that is, and how the opportunities that they're being afforded and being made aware of is so different, so drastically different. So Lincoln County High School is very rural. It's one of the southernmost counties. We're right on the state line. And we have about 1,200 students. We have about 250 to 275 in our senior class typically. We have 4 guidance counselors, so 1 for each grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. We just actually, over the last few years, I think it was about 5 years ago, we moved the 9th graders because we had them in a separate academy. So now we're all under one roof. One of the things that, and I thought about this because of a comment that was made over here, that we are fortunate we have our career technical department actually under our roof. And so a lot of schools don't have that. And so I think that is something that benefits us also with dual enrollment. And thinking about the dual enrollment opportunities that we have in Lincoln County, we have within 5 minutes of our campus, we have a community college. We have a TCAT that is actually in our central office in another school building right up the road. We have dual enrollment opportunities in our building under our CTE wing and also under our academic wing. So that's something. But one of the things that I think has helped us in success or be successful in this area is changing the mindset of something that was mentioned over here earlier, changing the mindset and the perception around technical degrees and what that looks like. And I think changing the verbiage and the language about post-secondary opportunities versus going to college, because I think we understand that our traditional college pathway is maybe not what everybody needs. And even the conversations that I think about as an educator, thinking about with my own child, how that's changed when she was really little when we talked about going to college, and now we're talking about that she's going to go to a community college and she's also going to get a technical degree, so she's going to have both of those. And my own personal perception, how that's changed and how that will benefit her. So that's one thing that I think a mindset shift from an administrative standpoint, and the language that we are speaking to parents and talking to them about. I think that's very, very critical. We do also have state dual credit opportunities, dual enrollment, like I mentioned. One of the things, we started with Advise TN in 2016. I was not at the high school at that point, but I remember the team actually working on that grant and working with Advise TN and the selection process for that, because, like she said, it was a very, I think, grueling process. 60-something schools had applied, and then only about half of those were selected. So we were fortunate that we were selected in that process. One of the biggest outcomes, I think, is obviously the college going rate increasing. And I want to talk to you today a little bit about how I think the people that are involved in that and kind of the processes that we use to facilitate that. But we did earn FAFSA champion status the last 2 years, so that can be attributed to Ms. Reese and some of her team and the work that she does. But we can say now that we went from a school in 2016 being significantly below average to being above the state average, and I think that that is attributed to the work that's being done with our advisor. One of the things that we do every week, we do this in an administrative way, but we also do this for our guidance department, is we work together as a team and we have professional learning communities. And so, I want to talk about that a little bit. But just looking at our chart, a couple of things that are not up there that I want to speak to, because he mentioned military earlier. Military is obviously not there because when you put in the college going rate, those numbers come from the ones that are in that 14-day counting period in August. So if you have somebody who goes into the military, they may not actually start their collegiate opportunities until much later in that, and they're not in that going rate. Another one we were talking about is a particular student on the way on our drive here, and she's going to participate in the Aveda Hair Academy. That's not because they're not in the clearinghouse. So she's going to get a technical degree, but that's not reflected in this. And so some of those data points are not always, I think, reflected, but we know personal stories and we know how students are affected. So you can see that trend. You can see we're the red line, the state is the blue line. Obviously, you see that drop during COVID, and as we've already discussed, and so we're kind of making that steady climb back up and hopefully leveling off and continuing to increase. So one of the things that I think kind of incorporates Ms. Reese a lot is we have weekly PLC meetings, and we do this in all of our academic departments, all of our tested areas. We do it in our CTE areas as well, but we also do it in our guidance department, and so that incorporates our guidance counselors, our administrators. We incorporate another guidance counselor from one of our virtual and alternative learning facilities, and so we're bringing in people who I think are looking at things from different lenses, and Ms. Reese is part of that. And we have kind of a director, but it's a round table of probably about 8 of us that sit around each week, and we look at different things. We look at data points. We look at significant things that have happened with students. So, for instance, if students have gone through a personal thing or lost a loved one or had some kind of need, we're discussing that. So those are things that I think RISA gets privy to and gets to sort of see from a different perspective instead of just being in an office somewhere else and just talking about college. She sees the real day-to-day things that are affecting our students, and that probably gives her an advantage and makes her a better advisor, I think. So we meet weekly for that, and I think it's just significant, I think, for her success. So I wanted to mention that. Did we miss a slide? I think we missed a slide. Okay, I'm going to talk about what makes a good advisor. One of the things that we talk about is her being integrated into our school and not just being in an office. You will see Risa at ball games. You will see Risa at different events in the school year that really she's not required to be at. That's outside of the realm of her work, but I think it's very important that she's integrated in their lives. Those kids see her as a fixture in our school just like she's an employee that we have employed, even though that she's actually hired by Advise TN. They look at her as a teacher, a counselor, just a part as far as, in faculty meetings she's there. When we introduce and do things with her, she's part of that group. So one of the things is being connected and invested in their lives. A lot of them will go to Miss Risa and, see them at break. You see them at different times during the day, and they're not always there to just talk about things for Advise TN, but they've already built that relationship so that when it comes time as a junior or senior, then they're familiar with her and they're ready to talk about those things. One of the things about her is she's very organized. She keeps a calendar that she meets with us very regularly on to select dates. And she's selecting dates, it's real important, especially in a busy high school schedule. We don't want to pick a college career night, or we don't want to pick an advisement night, or we don't want to pick a parent meeting night that's also the night of a big ball game or the night of something else that conflicts. And so those are really important things and little nuances that she brings to the table and says, okay, I need this date. Let's get this started. We need this month. And so we sit down together and make sure that there are no other conflicts that would create barriers for her to not reach those students or reach those parents. So sometimes, it's not ideal to set a meeting at 3 o'clock. You need to set a meeting at 6 o'clock so parents can have time to get off work and make sure that they can be there. Sometimes it's simple things as let's have snack foods because they don't have time to run home and feed their kids. So little things like that. She works with multiple team members. We have had, this is our third advisor. The first advisor was a retired Alabama teacher and administrator who came to us, ended up working in some post-secondary education after us through that Advise TN, and then came back as a teacher. So she's back. So she's been helpful for Risa because she's done that job before as well. Also, we had a person kind of in between, and then we had Risa. And so Miss Rose actually is in Franklin County in another district. But we've had those three advisors, and I've had the privilege of working specifically with Risa and the first one. She is committed to the PLC process. You know, she doesn't miss a meeting. She schedules her meetings around that. It's kind of a non-negotiable that we put that on the table and we make sure that everybody can be a part of that. And so she, again, attends all of those. Another thing, when we're talking about planning, we're talking about scheduling, and we're talking about curriculum and course selection and offerings and those things. She's involved in that conversation. And even though that's not really her job, it helps that she's in the know and hearing those things. So when we pass down changes with course codes or changes with anything legislatively or whatever, she's in those meetings to hear those things too. So it's just not, I mean, we want to make sure that we're not operating in silos, that we're constantly having those conversations because they could impact students and impact our faculty. She's a contributor to the positive school culture and making sure that, you know, she's, I think, just adding positively to the school climate. Again, that has not always been the case with every advisor, and we know that Advise TN kind of does that selection process. We've jokingly said to them, if you tried to take our advisor now, we'd probably fight you for it because we've worked hard to build that relationship internally, and then I think that, you know, resonates with the students. She's dependable, she's consistent in setting goals and meeting deadlines, and we work with her on that. You know, rarely do we ever have to go to her and remind her of things. Most of the time she's bringing that schedule to us and reminding us, hey, we've got to get this on this agenda. We've got to make sure we have time for this. And she is not afraid to speak up in a great way. When we're having our in-services or things like that, she joins and she's like, hey, can I just have 5 minutes to talk to the teachers about this? Absolutely. So I think that's really important. One thing is, you know, I think she brings problem solving to the table, trying to fill a schedule and make sure that every student gets seen because they're on and off campus because of dual enrollment. We offer dual enrollment really every block, but we have cohorts of students that do it first and second. We have cohorts of students that do it third and fourth. And so a lot of times if you're planning a meeting during the day, you may miss a group of students. And so she's real quick to say, I've got this group of students who are in this. Can I schedule this meeting this time and this time? So I think that's important because she's reaching them at an individual level, but she's also meeting with them as a group. And so we do a lot, like next week, we actually have something on the calendar already that we are meeting with a group of seniors again to just get this started and start the process. And it feels really early to be doing that, but if you don't get it, if you don't start putting that information out now and making that available to them and you wait too late, you sort of get behind in that timeline. And so it's really important, I think, for her and us to work together. And that's probably one of our greatest successes is that she's really just part of our team. She's not just someone who works in our building who does advisement of students. And so, again, the students don't see her as anything different than just a staff member that we have. And that's what we're really proud of because that's how they should see her. So I'll let her tell you just a little bit about what she does on a day-to-day and month-to-month basis.
Okay, so this, I made this presentation based on a typical year before all of the FAFSA debacle and the new FAFSA. So this is a little bit different. I'm going to quickly go through it based on a typical FAFSA or a typical year with the FAFSA. Obviously, last week, after I'd already submitted this, they released the December 1st opening date. So I'm curious to see how that is going to go. We have a work plan that Advise TN we have to fill out every year. And I do that in conjunction with our administration and my site liaison and our guidance counselors, just so that everybody's on the same page as far as what I'm doing. And they know that I'm not just sitting in my office twiddling my thumbs or, you know, whatever. I work very closely with our senior math teachers and also our economics teacher. Last year, I did it with personal finance as well. This year, I'm going to do it with our government, U.S. government teachers, mainly all of our senior teachers and senior English teachers. I do go into junior English classrooms as well. And I also go in to our freshman career exploration classes, just so that they know who I am. And I start off their college week every 9 weeks for them to kind of know some of the opportunities post-secondary wise that are available in Tennessee. So our work plan has all of our metrics that Advise TN strives to meet. And this is just a picture of the one for the 24-25 school year. I do go into homerooms and into classrooms. This was actually taken on the first day of school when I was doing Tennessee Promise applications with our students and getting them connected with all of our Remind and our Google Classroom and all of that. And so my goal every year is to go into all of the senior homerooms on the first day. Last year, I got to 9 of the 13. This year, I got to 10 of the 15. And so it was a busy day, and I didn't have much of a voice after that. But it's a time where they're all in homeroom all day long because it's also picture day, and it's time when I can meet with them to start that initial, hey, let's get your Tennessee Promise application done and go from there. Whoop. I'm not much better at it than Sarah was, apparently. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so in September, I'm doing college applications. We have a college application workshop every September that's on the same night as our parent-teacher conference night so that I can help them fill out those college applications. I try to do that also throughout classrooms as well. Our Motlow representative comes and helps, goes in classrooms with me, and we help them fill out not just Motlow applications, but TCAT applications and any other school. We usually plan that for that free app week, which is the 3rd week of September. And then I have social media posts that I'm putting out also on social media and Google Classroom, sending that out in emails and stuff like that. And so I have 2 examples of that. This was one that we did last year, and it just helps them connect with where our faculty and staff went to college. Because I can sit all day long and talk about what it's like to be a student at UTC because that's where I went, but I can't talk about what it's like to be a student at MTSU because I don't know. And so I make those connections for our students with our faculty and staff. And then, like I said, typically FAFSA opens in October. And so we have FAFSA Frenzy Nights. Again, I'm meeting with those individual students and their parents for FAFSAs and creating that FSAID. One thing that I did last year, we had a community basketball pep rally, and so I set up that night as well for parents and students to come create that FSAID to be ready for when the FAFSA actually opened in January. And then obviously put advertisements and things on social media. We do have a counseling page on both Facebook and Instagram, and so we share all of our information out that way as well. November, again, so these are 2 that actually THEC made, and I just used, I put it out with a little blurb about FAFSA and making sure that they were getting it done. November, typically I have another FAFSA Frenzy Night. The Tennessee Promise application closes on November 1st every year. And then those community service hours that they need can start being submitted on November 2nd. And so I'm reminding them to get them done and to get them done early so that they're not having to worry about that as part of their summer before college. These are just 2 examples of individual student meetings. I think I was meeting with both of them to go over FAFSA a couple years ago and help them get those last minute FAFSA things done that they needed. The one with the countdown was a couple days before the FAFSA deadline of March 1st, and so we were going over things that needed to be done, whether it was his part or his parents' part. and then just finishing up those FAFSAs. December, I'm helping all of our early grads finish up everything that they need to finish up, especially if they're heading to college in January. We do have several, I think last year we had 30-something early grads, and then about half of them went to college in January, so we were finishing up their previous FAFSA and waiting on the 24-25 FAFSA to open. Again, Frenzy Night, social media campaign, the Tennessee Promise mandatory meeting, which is something that TN Achieves comes in and does. Usually, our last year it was in February. It was in February, but we try to have it first semester for those early grads. And then January, February, and March are typically finishing those FAFSAs, help setting up portals and all things like that, scholarship nights, things like that. There's another social media example for FAFSA, trying to incorporate the students as well. And again, just another social media FAFSA. We do have a college planning night with our juniors. We coordinate that with our dual enrollment parent meeting every year and the spring college and career fair. Those are just some examples of, we went to MTSU and we went to UT Southern a couple of years ago. And then my favorite event of the year is College Signing Day. Each senior gets a little card where they sign where they're going. It has the logo of wherever they're going, and we put it on my bulletin board so that their fellow students can see that as they're walking through the hallways. And then also for Walk the Halls at our feeder schools, they have a flag with where they're going, and so they get to carry that with them. And then as just a quick note about summer melt. Summer melt is, like Sarah said, the phenomenon of students that say when they graduate, I'm going to college, but then don't actually end up there in August. We do work very hard throughout the summer trying to make sure that they have all of those requirements that they need to actually show up on campus in August. We have, like Ms. Clemens said, great partnerships with our TCATs both in Shelbyville and in Pulaski. And we participate in the TCAT National Signing Day every year, and then they are present at all of our college and career fairs and our dual enrollment parent meetings every year. The most important things, obviously, are the Tennessee Promise, the college applications, the FAFSA. The one-on-one advising is really where the heart and soul of what we do, and then creating and maintaining those partnerships with community colleges, TCATs, and also just community members in general. And then it's obviously not going to work, but we were talking on the ride up here. I am 100% dedicated to the college going process, and so that takes some of that pressure off of the guidance counselors that would like to be doing that work, but our students are still being served in that, where it's 100% my job. They may only have time to allow 10 or 20% to that. So the program is important because it helps students realize the options that they do have after high school. Any questions?
Ms. Johnson.
Just a quick question. You mentioned several times Tennessee Promise.
Yes.
And this is because of my lack of knowledge about this at this point. Are the mentors that are volunteers receiving the training that you guys are putting out so that they could be utilized within these schools to do some of the work that you're overseeing?
I'm going to let Sarah take that question because I actually don't know.
So the mentors are recruited and trained through TN Achieves. So they're part of that group that meets regularly with THEC and with other college access organizations. So they receive their own training through that organization as far as like college enrollment processes and those types of things.
Would it be possible for like your group to add to that training?
Yes, there's always the possibility. We actually advise TN, it's kind of like in a pilot phase right now, but we have started some different trainings that we do for some different college access organizations. I'm going to be in Nashville in a couple weeks training one private nonprofit organization. We partnered with Columbia State and trained their advisors that they got through a grant this summer that are starting in their schools in Murray County this fall. So we do offer trainings, yes.
And then what about are you familiar with AVID?
Yes.
Do you work with the AVID program? That's advancement via individual determination.
We do not work with them currently like at program-wide levels. Now, our advisors that are in schools where there are AVID programs work with those staff there, but it's not at a program-wide level.
Okay, because I know that program does
Yes.
everything that you're talking about doing. So.
Well, and the mentors are a part of the mandatory meeting every year. So they come and they meet. There's a part of that where they meet with the students during that meeting as well.
Okay.
And then last year they changed it to where it used to be where every student got a mentor, no matter if they were Tennessee Promise intending or not. Last year they changed it to the students that actually are intending, and they could go and meet with a certain mentor and actually sign up to receive a mentor.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lincoln County High School, how many seniors did you have?
We have roughly about 250 to 275. Of course, it
Okay,
fluctuates.
so
Yes, sir.
out of that 250, 270, whatever the accurate number is percentage-wise, how many are not going to some next level post-secondary?
Well, in reverse math, I think our current level is 57% are. So, and then some of those are unaccounted for that we talked about, military.
Military
we talked about,
otherwise, right.
And agencies that are not recognized if they're not with the clearinghouse.
Okay, and then how many are going to four-year college? Approximately.
Straight to four-year college instead of two-year. I'm not really sure that I have that
I would
number.
say probably last year we had like 150 of that graduating class that were going to 4-year, and then the rest of them, most of the rest of them were either going to a TCAT or a community college.
Okay, good, thank you.
So how long have you been an advisor?
I started at Lincoln County in December of 2021.
Okay, so you've been there the whole time?
Yes. Well, my mom's an educator, so I've been around education my entire life.
What is your background?
So my degree is in rehab science, and I spent 6.5 years working with adults who have special needs.
Awesome. Well, I think this is a really important program. I guess I'm a little surprised at sort of how Lincoln County has flattened out. Just from the things that you talked about, I would think that you would start seeing a pretty good increase. And
I think part of it has to do with the number of students in the class, and also the academic level. And I also think, some parts of the state have not done a great job of helping kids to realize that a TCAT certificate is a college degree. And so that's one thing that I stress to them, because I have several that are saying, well, Ms. Brown, I'm not going to college. I'm going to TCAT. Okay, but you're still going to have a college degree.
Right.
And so I think that has been my biggest push the last 3.5 years, is to try to turn that culture as well, so that they realize, hey, I'm not, as someone said earlier, I'm not a second-class citizen because I'm going to TCAT. I'm going to have a college degree. So,
good. Well, keep it up. Thank you.
thank you.
Other comments or questions? Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Ms.
hi.
Alderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a senior myself, this presentation was wonderful and beautifully said. Kind of made me realize I need to get on top of those applications and things. But I did want to ask a question. How fast growing do we see this program? Because I'm in a larger school myself. My senior class right now, I think, is ranging between the 530, 550. And I know students can be overlooked, and as we all want this process to grow, I'm just wondering how fast we could see an advisor in a school like mine.
Excellent question.
Yes. Currently, we are at the max capacity of the number of advisors that we can put into schools with the level of funding that we have. We would love to eventually grow the program. That's definitely something that we would push towards, but we are not expanding at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is it a federal grant or a state grant, or where does the funds come from?
So we are a line item in the governor's budget, so we are a state-funded program.
Well, we will encourage the governor to put in more money there. Dr. Morrison.
Thank you, Chairman. We've thought a lot, all of us, about how do you extend the reach? What are the complementary programs that might be in various other parts of the state? And I've seen different maps where you kind of have like, your partner programs and where are the gaps. But I think that's something we still have to keep working at and trying to think about additional ways. I think you had a slide that maybe just came to the members about like, if you don't have an advisor, what are the ways? And it is, cobbling together teachers who can provide some of that time, because as you said, counselors are never going to reach all the students that they have in their caseloads in the way that you're able to reach your students. But we just have to continue to be creative, I think, and also push for additional funding where programs are really working and showing that they're successful. So.
Yes, and I think the latest data that we had showed that there are 160 high schools in Tennessee that do not have any
160?
I believe that's what it was, that do not have any other college
Football
access
High being one of them.
programs. Yes, so there's definitely need. It's not too saturated at all. Like, we need all of the different organizations working together, the state-funded one, the privates, the nonprofits, everybody working together for all these schools.
Yeah. And I'm so happy to hear that you all are collaborating too and doing trainings together. I think that just shows the growth in this sector too in terms of the services you're providing. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Very helpful, and thank you for what you're doing at Lincoln County, and thank TEC, Tennessee Advice. Next item is licensure discipline. Todd Madison and Alex Anderson and Ryan Shanahan. Or just Todd and Alex. And Ryan.
Good afternoon. Todd Madison, Alex Anderson, Ryan Shanahan, Associate Counsels for the Board. We'll be presenting for you tomorrow, at tomorrow's meeting, the recommendations for licensure action. At this time, we're happy to take any clarifying questions or note any items for further discussion tomorrow.
Any questions or comments for our council? Yes, Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Do you anticipate anybody appearing tomorrow?
I do not.
Mr. Mullenhour, thank you for that question. We did have an email inquiry yesterday from an educator, P. Danielle Nellis, Deputy General Counsel for the board. We have not gotten any follow-up, and that email did not comply with our board appearance rule, and so at this point, we do not expect anyone to appear tomorrow.
Other questions or comments? For our new members, I will just say that this is a very important function that we serve with regard to licensure discipline. It's one that we continue to encourage training through the EPPs and through the districts, because, when we discipline a licensed teacher or administrator or something like that, that's a student or teacher that's not in the classroom, and that's, I think some of these things, as we read through them, could be handled with good training. So just pass that on to you. Other comments? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Final discussion? Dr. Morrison, any final points?
No, I don't have anything else. It's been a full afternoon. Thanks for everybody's continued attention.
Ms. Brown, anything from TDOE you want to say?
Thank you all for having me today, and I'm glad to be here as a designee for Commissioner Reynolds, and just appreciate the opportunity to work with you all and continue working with all of our partners. Thank you.
I'm glad you're here. And Victoria, always glad to have you here for THEC. Any comments or any other comments from any board members? It has been a very full day today and very informative, and I want to thank all the people who came and presented to us. It's really helpful for us as we take on our responsibilities and move this tomorrow to some of our board actions. So Purposes of the committee of the whole having been fulfilled, I declare that the board is adjourned.